Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous depths of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I'm joined as ever by Robbie Ferdinand Magellan Bellekom, Sam Vasco da Gama Burns, and Ellie Dora the Explorer Sparrow.
I want to say something in Spanish because that's what she does and I can't think of anything. And I don't know any of her catchphrases. I'm a disappointment. Okay. Sorry, Dora.
That makes me think of the one from the Potter musical.
Which one is that?
Dora, like when Malfoy has a door. Me amo Dora. That's all I remember. Her terrible voice.
Me amo Dora.
Fun fact, I did Spanish at GCSE and I cannot even remember the word for inside.
I can remember the word for robber, and that is basically it. Un ladrón, if anyone is interested.
Really?
If anyone's interested. Because I remember on my speaking exam, we had to describe a robbery that we had seen, and the only thing that I could remember was a robber. When they asked me, what have you seen? I went, I have seen a robber. And then blanked completely.
I think that just about covers it.
Yeah, which was the saddest thing in the world. I don't know how I passed. I did. But,
this is one of those special episodes where all four of us are convened.
We're all in person and things. We're all waving our arms. You can't see us, but we can see each other, and it's exciting.
We can all
touching.
Our
Touching is happening.
United, and we have summoned Dark Captain Planet. There is no fifth person to wear the Ring of Heart. Speaking of a Ring of Hearts, it's that time where we cast our thoughts and hopes and dreams forward into the distant future and ask, future us, have you any messages from the present? No. Just kidding. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. Let's talk about our sponsor. Libris Arcana offers monthly or quarterly dice subscriptions. Head over to librisarcana.com and for less than $12, just under £9, you'll receive a set of 7 premium dice and 1 randomly selected bonus die every month to sate the will of the die-hungry beast below. This month's set is the Hawaiian Sunset, a Libris Arcana exclusive set, of which only 500 sets will ever be produced. The Hawaiian Sunset and their upcoming set Snowblind were both funded by Libris Arcana's successful Kickstarter late last year, and are the first set they themselves have designed. These beautiful translucent 3-coloured dice are reminiscent of a deep orange sunset over crystal blue waters and golden sands, and a fine addition to your dice collection. Get them while they're still hot and still available. Additionally, congratulations to Libris Arcana on their first birthday, which came last Saturday. Hurrah! After a year in business and their first tax returns, they are happily alive and well and looking to continue on to future successes. You know, birthdays are a kind of anniversary, and we often like to mark out different anniversaries with gifts of different materials. So here's our handy guide to 10 different gifts you can give on your first 10 anniversaries. For your first year, paper is a traditional gift, and what better gift than a player's handbook? You'll need a game to play with all of those dice you've been collecting. For your second gift, you'll need somewhere to put all of those dice. Cotton's the next classical material, and you can get a variety of snazzy cotton dice bags on the internet. For your third gift, there's nothing like leather for a touch of refinement, and you can get some fine leather-bound covers from librisarcana.com for that player's handbook you bought. For your fourth gift, silk is ideal. So why not splash out on a high-strength material for your new dice bag? A larger one, since the cotton one definitely broke under the strain of all the dice you've been collecting. You may have a problem. It's causing some friction with your partner, but surely by next year it'll all be sorted out. For a 5th anniversary, wood is best, and you could certainly do with somewhere to roll all those dice on your own. Just you. So why not look into a lovely polished dice tray? For a 6th anniversary, consider steel. A set of metal dice is not only durable, it can be used as sling bullets to drive off the wolves circling around the cabin you're staying in, ever since your partner got sick of you buying all of those dice bags. For a 7th anniversary, thick woolen clothes serve not only as supports for that huge dice bag you're using to beat wolves with, they also protect you against the cruel winters alone in this cabin, making anniversary gifts for someone who left you months ago. For an 8th anniversary, salt. Salt, like the salt ground into the fields of Carthage after it was burned. Salt like your tears, your only companion, howling to the winds. Salt can also be used to preserve all of that wolf meat, which sure does come in handy. Salt. 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 For your 9th anniversary, you have dug feeble chunks of native copper from the permafrost, your fingers bleeding. All around there is but silence and snow. You haven't seen humans in a long time, but you recall what they look like. Why do they call to you still? Why haven't you shed that skin and drawn another thick blackened third around your shoulders? But work the copper. Work it into an idol to the lost. It will make a fine gift this 9th year. At last. At last, after 10 years, tin. Tin to melt, to smelt, to mix with the copper statues, reforged into a gift worthy of the lost ones. You have wrought a crown of bronze and lupine fangs. You place it upon your head as one last gift, and howl! Your countless children raise their muzzles in moon song. Now the time has come to return and cleanse what little remains of the world of men. Listen up for a spot from our friends over at Kids on Bikes during the break this episode. And that's it for announcements this time. Remember that if you're enjoying the show and want to show your support and help us keep creating content, like everything I just said, you can always buy us a coffee on our Ko-fi. Links in the episode description, with every single drop going towards improving the show. So with that in mind, it's back to you, Past Jason. Tell us something fun.
Round and round and round she goes, and where she stops nobody knows. The little ball that guides our woes. Will it be high or will it be low?
Why are you like this?
This question has been asked a lot the last couple of days.
A lot, particularly the last couple of days. You've been scary last couple of days.
As disconcerting as that is, I think one day it would have to be topped by just the answer coming back, no.
We have a thing to say. Actually, something exciting
Yes.
happened.
Yes.
We got a really cool care package of dice from the Pointy Tail. So the Pointy Tail,
Beautiful.
which is their Twitter handle, also they're at the Pointy Tail or at
TAIL.
Badass Assassin. If you want to have a look at their cool art, you might remember their cool art from the pirate Molly Mock that went around at one point, which was awesome. So have a look at both pages. But basically, a while ago on Twitter, the Pointy Tail had a sort of holographic rainbow glittery type dice. It's like silver glitter that has a like holographic rainbow shine. And I retweeted it saying, oh my god, this is Celestia in dice form. And they actually responded and said that they wanted to give me the prototype, and then sort of expanded on that and gave us a massive care package full of all sorts of dice and tokens and a little box for it all to go in and a dice bag each. And they wrote Celestia a letter in character from Morinth Rosewood, the fictional owner of the shop. So thank you to both Morinth and the Pointy Tail.
So pretty.
We're all rolling our respective dice. Celestia has... Sorry, Ellie.
I've got,
as Celestia has
I've got the D20 Stardust and the D6 Stardust, which I believe were called the Platinum Dragon and are now called Stardust, which is amazing. Thank you so much.
Robbie, you have the Trickster's Milk.
I'm holding it up to the microphone for everyone to see.
Yes, you will see.
Which is a lovely pink-themed
And it's got a lovely
dye,
blue sort of shine on it. Glitter.
Of course, Sam for Corzin has the Sunken Silver.
It's so pretty.
It's like blue with bits of silver in it, and it's amazing.
It looks like suspended mercury or something.
It's lovely.
It looks like the sea.
And I have the Starry Sky, which I'll be rolling tonight.
Because you are the universe.
Yes,
indeed.
We felt it was
of
only
course,
appropriate.
you all know this because about 5 episodes ago we said a lot of this during the announcements for what was
Probably the Dream Folder. Probably the Dream Folder.
Probably,
episode.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it will be. That's coming out on Tuesday.
That will be coming out next.
But for us, this is new, and it's the first
First time we've actually got to roll these.
Yeah.
Well, it's the first time we've been sent stuff as well,
Yeah.
so it's really
This is
exciting.
amazing.
Well, other than ice cream dice, which
Yes.
are
Other than ice cream dice,
Ice
ice cream
cream
dice sent us
dice
and I
things.
will also be rolling those tonight.
It's just the second time we've been sent things. I apologise, ice cream dice. We love those too. We have those with us as well.
Yes, I
I
shall
feel
also
like
be
I've
rolling
got too
those.
many of them at the moment.
There's a
I'm sure
beautiful,
one of these belongs to
there's
someone
a beautiful
else.
package sealed with a wax seal, all manner of beautiful things.
It was gorgeous.
And yes, we cannot recommend them highly enough.
Yeah, their dice are beautiful. Everyone should check them out. So thank you to them. I think that's
So,
about it for us.
speaking of rolling some beautiful dice, then it's time for Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. The party have spent, the better part of the last week in Seoul, a nation currently torn apart by famine, the after effects of war, and civil unrest. After appearing in the musical town of Jimothy, they made their way down south through the nation, along the frankly deserter-strewn regions of Seoul, passing through
Somebody asked nicely and they went away.
passing through Benemont and Forêt-Champ down towards the capital of Alessant. Having spent the last 3 nights, I believe, last 2 nights in Alessant, the party have found themselves meeting, and in some cases re-meeting, some interesting figures. They once again met the orator and legal representative, Jean-Paul Savat, now taking up a position of office with the National Assembly. They accompanied
Super well, that.
So well.
they accompanied their friend, their newly met friend, Elisabeth Sulepont, and her son Henri back towards their offices in the Foundry district, the Foundry Quarter, where she invited them to stay at a friend of hers inn. They ultimately decided to stay at the Lonely Shepherdess.
Local brothel, yeah.
The local brothel,
That was the
due
best
to
decision.
Definitely.
private connections with the madam, who, as it turned out, they had previously saved their life and murdered her brother. Possibly put down.
Swings and roundabouts.
During a short, sort of cut in between by a short trip to the bank, Scamp started the revolution.
I was trying to help.
And riots rocked the city. Although these riots were put down, the party found themselves, in order to acquire papers that would allow them to leave the city, as all exits from the city have now been locked down by the city guard, agreed to do a job for the Scalpel, the local Fisher King, head of the criminal underworld in these parts. Along the way, they went to the underground Smuggler's Bazaar, sold some things, bought some things,
Definitely not a hag. There's no way a hag.
met an individual that that trades in favours and secrets. may have arranged a few trades with them that may see their resolution at a later date, and proceeded to smuggle a truly staggering quantity
of arms and ammunition
Oh yeah, that's what we were doing.
through the sewers and into what seemed to have been university-backed faction, which took possession of them after the party successfully distracted the guards outside in what had been planned to be a sting operation. However, despite saving their new companion, Sweet, a rag and bone tiefling and occasional arms dealer, from the attention of the gendarmes, as it were, they split up in order to head back to their respective safe houses. And while heading back on his own, Sweet was captured and taken into custody by the city guard. He is currently believed to have been imprisoned in the Grand Bâtard, or the Great Bastard, a medieval fortress in the eastern, never eat shredded wheat, southeastern end.
Listeners, is that a thing in not England? Tell us, we're interested.
I'd like to point out that's only a thing, as far as I can tell, that's only a thing in the north of England as well. They have a different
I was told that.
Midlands as well. Really? Because in London they have a different one apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can't remember what it is.
Write in and tell us.
Yeah. But so the party decided, with still a day or so to wait for their papers to be finished forging and delivered to them, they would look into perhaps arranging a rescue for Sweet from the Great Bastard. Now, I believe you decided to head to sleep first, as it was late at night. So,
I'll have a very brief chat with Corzin before we go to sleep. Actually, both of you. Yeah. So I guess we'll assume that we've settled
so
down
you've
in our
settled
room. It's a
down.
very brief thing.
Long rest from the world.
Yeah.
So I had a thought. You know the Kraken eye things
Yeah.
that Dionysus talked about? One of them was supposed to be in the vault of an eccentric collector. We've met two.
Music and...
I wondered if it was worth you doing your weird tracking thing at some point while we're here, just in case.
How far away from... Like, it's a mile, isn't it? You can
Generally, yeah, although it can stretch a bit further if it's the sort of terrain I'm familiar with.
I mean, maybe there's no harm in doing it before bed if you can. Just to check there's not...
Are
Alright.
we, DM question, out of
Yes.
character, are we within a mile of A, Old Mother Scrimshaw, and B... What the fuck is his name? Gunter the Friendly Orc.
based on the things, you are within a mile at your lodgings with the Lonely Shepherdess. You are, as far as you can judge, based on the position of the Vengeful Dragon and how far you walked to get to the Smuggler's Bazaar, within a mile of Old Mother Scrimshaw. If you wanted to get a mile within Gunter, who is just beyond that radius over in Silk Street, you might want to go down towards the central fountain, not far from Horn Alley.
But could we get both of them
Yeah.
in a mile
You could
radius?
get both of them in a mile radius.
Okay, if we moved a
you just
bit.
need to go out.
If you can do it twice, it might be worth doing one or t'other, because then we know which one it is.
Oh, you have a point there,
That's
actually.
very true.
It was just a thought. I mean, I know there are a lot of eccentric
No, it's a good
collectors in the world,
good
but
thought.
they are particularly eccentric. And
Yeah, and this is
I mean,
our
if
city. All right.
if there was the possibility of questioning one of them or getting hold of one of the eyes, I don't think it would be a bad thing to think about at the very least.
Corzin sort of rubs his hands together in preparation, and would you need to go outside in order to do this?
No,
or-
you just need to touch the floor.
Right.
And the floor of your room counts. Like
Right.
as long as it's physical
Okay.
contact, even through a structure to the earth.
Okay, just thought I'd
Be
clarify
able
that.
to do
But
it. You
yeah.
don't need to be able to touch dirt, as it were.
Okay, so if I'm within a mile of one of them at the moment,
Which
that's-
also sets an important precedent in that you could do it at sea by touching the deck of a ship.
Yep. Okay.
That's
You wouldn't
where
need
I'm
you wouldn't need to dip your hand into the water.
I mean, it wouldn't be
gonna
the end
lie.
of
Oh
the
yeah, that'd be a
world.
pain in the arse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to
Slow
like
yourself down.
winch yourself down off the side of
Chain
the
of
ship.
people.
Yeah.
Or cast fly and carry you.
I need to get a bit lower.
The
I need
chain
to
of
get a bit
people
lower.
is much funnier.
Too low. Passing killer whale. Too low. Too low.
All right. So, Corzin takes a moment, centers himself, kneels down,
Okay.
and places a hand on the ground.
You feel a flood of awareness stretch out around you. So, things you sense. You do not get the distinctive sort of hornpipe whistle that you're expecting of whatever this unfamiliar sense of the storm's eye is. However, you do sense some other things.
Oh dear.
Within 1 mile of you, based on where you are, your senses ping up undead
Okay.
Within a mile.
within a mile.
Great.
It's not as close as when I did this in Crosswater, is it?
It doesn't feel like it's right inside you now.
Good.
But somewhere within a mile of you, there's some undead. You don't know how many. You don't know how large a presence.
All right. Well, there's reasonable explanations for that, but carry on.
Yeah.
I'm going to sleep really well now. Thanks for that.
Why they're always undead.
Because some armies use undead as expendable troops.
And that's disgusting. What else
Most
can we
famously
feel?
the Thrinese, but a number of armies do.
Would Corzin know if?
You would know that.
I mean, if the Sulians.
Oh, you'd know that they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Although you probably would have heard if they had a regiment of those nearby.
Fair enough. Okay, carrying on.
You also sense some sort of fairy-like entity. Or entities. You don't know how many. So something fey.
Oh.
And you also get this strangely sort of sulphurous tint of a fiend.
Oh. All right. That's interesting.
So you said undead. What else?
There's something fey, like those fairies we encountered.
What, like Anwin?
Sort of thing. And
Ugh.
something fiendish. I've not sensed that before, but no, it's definitely something fiendish. But
Oh, I love this town. This town's
Good.
great.
we're in a city. There could be any number of
Oh, sorry, a
explanations.
fiend
for
was
that.
Within a
normal in
mile.
a city on the surface. Did I miss this?
No, but I mean, this is hardly normal
I
circumstances,
mean,
is it?
undead horribly can be a bit normal because if you don't dispose of a body properly, you never quite know what's going to happen. But fiend.
Well, there's also that. Yeah.
Great.
Well, let's keep an eye out.
I'm going to set my little alarm spell.
Oh, question actually. Within the mile radius, is it also taking into account a
Up and
mile
down.
up and a mile down?
Goes up, down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
it's like a sphere from the point you focus on.
It's above us.
Or below us?
That makes more sense. Flying undead.
It does remain like for the minute you. Well, I mean, you got 3 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
For the 3 minutes that you focus, should you focus for all of them,
Yeah.
those 3 pings don't go away.
All right.
So it doesn't feel like it's like something is flying overhead and then leaves
yeah.
leaves the radius.
No, that's a fair point though.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Flying undead fiends.
Should we sleep then? I've got fuck all magic left. Sorry, Di, no sending this evening.
Corzin shrugs and nods his head.
She'll be all right.
She's always all right.
Well, good luck sleeping with those two pumping away next door.
Oh.
Very loud.
As I recall that, however, it's fine. Because Scamp, you did purchase a pair of earmuffs at the end of
You
the
did.
I
last
did.
session.
I am wearing those.
It's because silence only lasts for 10 minutes. It's not really
10
long.
minutes or until you fall asleep, yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, so as mentioned last episode, Corzin, you get to sleep fine, but the moment you fall asleep, The silence ends, and Celestia, you're left, trying to get to sleep
Listening to
the sound
terrible,
of, sound
terrible
of rhythmic
sounds.
pumping and moans. So,
So many things I'm tempted to do with magic just to throw them off.
Oh god, you can do magic mouth.
Oh.
Whenever someone lies on the bed, fuck off!
Honestly, go, stop it! Stop it now! Stop that!
Dirty!
So you pay another. I think I said it was three. It was 3 silver for the night and the morning. And collectively, with breakfasts and everything that you end up getting, you spend. I think it's about 5 silver total.
Okay.
I'll get
Because
that.
prices are high in the
Brilliant.
city. But you sleep, you rest, and you find yourself awakening. Morning comes, and you rise with the crack of dawn, as does the person in the next room.
Celestia says, how is a brothel operating at this hour?
How have they got the stamina?
How are they still going?
Well, they're either very good or very bad at it.
I mean, if you want, you could. Grisha, who brings you your meal when you're sitting downstairs in the brothel kitchen getting some food, you can ask her if you want.
No.
Okay.
I want to know nothing more about this.
Grisha, who is incredibly muscled, passes you out the simple fare that they're able to scrummage together.
For a little sort of half salute.
Gives you a nod.
Corzin just takes it in his strides like, brothels.
And you find yourself, discussing where you want to go first today. It is the 17th of Full Frost.
So, prison?
Yeah,
We've got to get him out, really, haven't we?
Yeah.
we really do.
Because, I don't know, I worry about snap executions happening at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like they're trying to make some statements.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know, I feel like he's a little weird and he'll get beaten up in prison. I just have that feeling.
If we leave it, he's gonna die. One way or another.
Tieflings don't fare well in prison as far as I've been able to observe.
I'd imagine not up here.
Don't fare well in most places.
Except for down below, but, you know, there are other problems down there.
Oh.
Well, jaunt to the prison in the morning then. Excellent.
Hooray!
We've got to find this cook, haven't we? What's his name?
You recall that the gentleman in question, that's on my other set of notes. Fun fact, DMs, sometimes it's useful to divide your notes into multiple places, and sometimes it's not, is Gaston Dumont.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
So, alright, you're going to head out and head towards the Grand Bâtard. So, you leave the Lonely Shepherdess and head out past Horn Alley, down through the central square, but it's actually more like a circus in the area. Not in the sort of there's elephants and things, but more like it's a circular sort of square type of fair. That,
Oh.
yeah, there's a fountain in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which isn't currently running. There's just kind of pooled, slightly stagnant water.
Oh, lovely.
Well, that's probably where all the
On-
illness is coming from.
Probably.
Yeah.
On the way, are we able to get within a mile of where...
Yes, from there you can get in
Gunter.
a position which you're
Yeah.
within a mile of Gunter and the and as far as you can you would guess the bazaar. So if you want to,
We've got 3 minutes to spare.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
We'll keep a lookout.
I'm
If
gonna
you
put
want
my
to pop in an
beard
alleyway.
Let's get this done first.
You know what? To go to prison.
Probably worth putting a beard on.
Yeah, they'll be fucking weird with you otherwise. I'm sorry
Yeah.
everyone's so shit. If I could murder all of them for you, I would, but we best not really, because we do need to get in and get this man out alive.
We've got a lot to do. There's not really
Yeah.
time in the day.
Not really time for a killing spree,
Not
unfortunately.
today.
No.
It's alright. So you reach down, sort of touch the cobblestones, and again your awareness pulses outwards. Still no sign of the Storm's Eye. You do again ping up undead, fae, fiend. And while we're here, Scamp, you're kind of feeling a bit tense. You glance, you're sort of waiting for things to glance over, and roll a d100.
44.
40?
We had that.
I don't know.
So,
No, 44. You feel a strange sort of energy hopping within you. As a bonus action for the next minute, you can teleport up to 20 feet on each of your turns.
wow.
I'm just going to teleport around the alley for fun.
You look up and you see Scamp just vanishes out of existence. Fortunately, there aren't too many people around. And you look over and you can see Scamp is in one of the alleyways now.
Fuck are you doing?
I don't know.
Is this normal?
No, I like it.
Fortunately, it seems that nobody particularly notices. There's not enough people up at this hour that are willing to pay attention. A lot of people are keeping to the streets after the violence of 2 days before. But no, nothing else pings up for you.
Right,
in the
okay.
3 minutes.
Thank you, ice cream dice.
Light
I like that
pipe
one.
on the way to the prison.
Yeah, you can light up a pipe.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Give me an addiction check.
I cast Mage Armor.
Ooh, that's a 1.
Okay, you
Oh,
are
dear.
addicted again.
Oh god.
I'll say to both of you, nothing new.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Worth knowing.
Keep an eye out for fiends.
I mean, she's probably not Olga then. Which, I mean, we kind of knew, but...
No, but I mean, I wasn't sure it would be Olga's because he said that there were a few of those eyes, didn't he?
Yeah. But I was still worried that might be Olga.
Well, at least we're
fair.
thankfully able to eliminate that possibility.
Probably.
I mean, maybe, it's going to sound bad, maybe we should at some point check in the place with all the tramps that none of them's here.
Agreed.
Because that's one of her favourite things, isn't it, being
Agreed.
homeless people.
Yeah.
The place with all the tramps is half the city.
Yeah.
Great.
I meant the bit where we came in and it was like really poor.
No. Half the city.
Oh, okay,
I just haven't
cool.
mentioned it because it's so the misery is so ubiquitous.
Widespread.
Yeah,
It's actually easier
frankly,
to-
you'd get used to it in
It's
character.
easier to mention the places that don't have people, beggars lining the streets.
4 temporary hit points.
As you make your way down towards the river, and you're making your way along the river's edge towards the Great Bastard, as you're making your way down, you see coming along from Silk Street towards the Foundry Quarter, the familiar form of Lisabeth sur le Pont. Blonde hair, blue eyes, kind of fashionable, somewhat fashionable, but not too fashionable. Blue dress, like dress and short jacket of a style that a reasonably well-to-do middle-class person might wear. You see that she is making her way quickly along and spots you as you pass. Ah! It's good to see you again.
Yeah, glad to see you're all right.
You did. I went to see if you had stopped off at the old Duck, but I suppose you found lodging elsewhere.
Yeah, we're staying at the Lonely Shepherdess.
She gives you a bit of a look.
I give her a wink.
Had not pegged that about you, but okay. Still, have you been keeping up with what has been happening the last few days?
More or
I
less.
think so. Everything's mental.
A lot has
Riots.
been happening in the last few
We
days.
were
to be
nowhere
fair,
near the riots when
No,
they
we've
started.
no idea how they started. It was really out of the blue.
Yes, of course. The reason to help us the riots. No, I meant with what has been happening in the National Assembly.
Is there new stuff happening in the National Assembly?
Yes, I'm on my way to a meeting in the Foundry Quarter. Cosette, who I mentioned before, she is hosting. We have our representative to the Assembly is there as well. She has important news for us. But from what I've heard, there is a royal army less than a day's march from the city walls now.
Oh, that's closer than they thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
They thought it was about, 3 days? Something like that?
There's a military base not that far from here, from what I remember.
Indeed. And give me a history check just to see.
Yes.
Just to see how far you know.
I just want to roll this dice.
Yeah, God.
Oh, That's good. It's a dirty 20.
Military, I might actually.
It was so nearly a 1.
Yeah.
Natural 20. What a boring natural 20 on a history check.
All of you then. 5, okay. Apart from Corzin, you think there's a military base
People who have
somewhere
no
near
reason to
here.
know.
As far as
do a bit.
As far as you recall, but the pair of you remember from reading it in the Alison Inquirer, there is about 150 or miles or so north. Coquille is a major military resupply base and army.
That's the one you mean.
And headquarters. It seems that the army has made excellent time getting down here and may have set off earlier than a lot of people thought. They are a lot closer than expected from what you remember. So
when they get here, the fat's going to be really in the fire.
Yeah. Is that sort of common knowledge? Like, is that spread everywhere?
There's rumours going around for some time that the army is coming, but we didn't realise how close it was. And with the National Assembly being what it is, do you have time to come with me? I need to get to this meeting.
How long will it take?
I mean, should take us about 10-15 minutes to get there. Actually, less than that, probably like 10-15 minutes to get there, and then I do not expect it will be longer than 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, that should be fine, shouldn't it? Nothing terrible is going to happen in that time.
I hope not.
Okay, great.
Please come with me. And she leads you deeper along the riverside and over towards the Foundry Quarter. As you go to a slightly different part of the Foundry Quarter, although and you can tell that this one has what looks to be an old. Interestingly, it looks like an old church, but it looks a little defunct, almost as if this one hasn't quite received all of the care it needs for some time. Still see it's not completely out of service. You can still see a painted image of some Elodie over the location. Let's make a note of that. St. Elodie's Church, and it seems to have been picked. Perhaps presumably the local priest is somewhat sympathetic to their meetings, but also just for the fact it has space, something which a lot of the densely packed workshops of the Foundry Quarter don't. And although the church itself right now is also densely packed, you can see that there are all manner of craftsmen, local workers and artisans packed inside. There's quite a few poor labourers as well. Not really any of the beggars that you've seen on the streets are similar. Just ordinary people who are still managing to cling to some level of employment. But you can see from the thin cheeks, the hollow eyes, like even in this area, people are struggling to keep things together. And with Lisa Bett assisting you, she pushes her way through the crowd a bit until you see there is another halfling woman, blonde, brown-eyed, wearing a long brown coat against because it's quite a chilly morning. There's a little bit of mist about, and long trousers. She raises her hand as she sees Elizabeth and the rest of you approach. You can see that her hands are scarred in lots of small places. Looks like lots of small tool injuries, the kind you get if you worked with your hands for a long time. Hello. Elizabeth, new friends? These are the people who helped me get down here from my visit to the dwarf halls in the mountains.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you.
Yes,
I
am a dwarf from the dwarf place.
She seems a little suspicious of that, but doesn't has other things on her mind.
Not bad deception from.
Actually, no, that was a 2. She seems to accept this in her stride.
I got an 18, I think.
Yep, no,
more than that, 19.
I forgot how numbers work.
It's okay, we all do
entirely
it.
in her stride.
Seems legit.
I'm getting very good at this.
It was flawless, darling. I mean, your acting was spot on.
It's like,
I almost thought it was true for a second.
wait, what are you talking about?
The weather.
Anyway, these Cosette Coterie.
Oh!
Pleasure to meet you. Come, let us get towards the front. We need to be able to hear Jacqueline speak. And you can see as she this time as she leads you towards the front of the crowd, people deliberately step out of the way to let Cosette pass, and by extension the rest of you. She nods to a few people as she goes. Says, Pierre, Jean, good to see you.
Can I keep my head well down?
Okay, keep your head well down.
Causing it by contrast is going to be looking around and seeing who she is speaking to.
You just see a variety of different individuals, but give me a perception check just in case.
Okay.
I am not looking.
That is
Fucking hell. 4 for
17.
me.
All right. Near the back, leaning against one wall, hidden by some of the humans that are there, but you've got a keen eye, you see, not wearing his uniform, but just in brown jacket and brown coat and clothing, is the touzle black hair and grey eyes and pudgy face of Lieutenant Natcha Mistsun. The individual you met back at the university talking to Professor Arte.
The friend of dwarves.
Yes.
Cool. In inverted commas.
Let's see if he notices. I mean, he notices you. Does he notice you looking at him? He does, and he sort of gives you a slight nod, and then turns his attention to the front of the room.
Yeah.
By the way, unless otherwise stated, hood up, gloves on from me.
Yeah.
I think I've said last episode, but just to...
Again, people are too focused on what's going on at the front of the room to really pay attention to you. So you make your way, and you make your way close towards the front. You can see there is a human woman in brunette, blue eyes, with a small scar on her upper lip. She wears long trousers and a grey waistcoat with a soft blue shirt. Her collar is open rather than covered with any sort of cravat or similar. Although she's not that physically imposing, she's neither heavy of build or particular, and has fairly kind of average sort of features. Neither distinctive looks one way or another. As she looks up, you do notice that the crowd seem to pay attention to her, and when she stares directly at you, it's kind of hard not to make eye contact with her. Those of you, I'd say that Celestia, you're familiar with this sort of person. It doesn't feel like magic. This is just someone who is naturally quite charismatic.
Like me.
Like half the party. 2/3 of the party. That felt like an insult to someone.
If we go by body weight, it's a lot less.
She gives Cosette and a second a nod, and then a nod to the rest of you. And a halfling near the front calls out, "So, Jacqueline, what news? What is happening with the assembly?" She kind of takes a small cough. Bad news. We have received reports from our agents watching to the north that the king's army, at least the first regiment of it, is less than a day's march away. Sort of susurrus passes through the crowd. What is it? She raises her hand. But the assembly is aware of this, and we are making preparations. As I've said before, our greatest concern is that the king will not respect the will of the people to form a representative assembly, as we have done, and rule with a constitutional government. Therefore, it is likely that once the army arrives, they will surround the
courts of justice and attempt to force the assembly to disband, and if not, perhaps to come in and murder those of us who have been elected by you to serve as our representatives. Again, there's a sort of murmuring, but there's more of a scowling and a lower tone to the grumbles running through the crowd. As such, although it is difficult for us to do so, the National Assembly has voted to authorize the formation of a National Guard to defend the interests of us and our people and protect the Assembly in the event that the King should try to force our hand. It is our intent that this should be a deterrence. However, should it come to it, I know that I, for one, will do all I can to ensure that we are protected. I ask that those of you who feel the same way make your way towards the Palace of Justice and declare yourself as a volunteer. Some supplies have already been procured, but it may be necessary to acquire and arm ourselves with whatever munitions we can find. There's a sort of, again, a muttering, but there's, like, you kind of feel from the crowd, there's like a guy, shit, things are bad. But if the Assembly says they have munitions, this is a different thing. Regardless, that is the most important matter at hand. Now, I will speak with individuals and attempt to address whatever I can to help resolve difficulties here. As always, if you have things that you need me to bring before the Assembly when we meet again later today, please come forward in an orderly line. Cosette, would you mind helping? Of course, of course. And you see that there's a few people kind of push the front, but you also notice that a number of possibly self-appointed halflings and humans begin to, some of whom already have cudgels or just tools, don't force people back, but they kind of bear them and go like, all right, one at a time, and organize a more or less organized queue begins to form from some, while others begin talking amongst themselves. Some begin to disperse.
Oh.
Well, things are about to get very bad.
Where's the church going to fall on this? I don't remember.
Me neither, I've lost track.
Broadly, the church seemed to be siding with the crown.
Is that right?
You can ask someone if you want.
You there, person?
Actually, I think Corzin would ask Cosette if she is available to be asked.
Cosette, it takes a few more minutes to wait for Cosette to finish organising things, but she hears you. Yes, was it Corzin?
That's right.
Yes, how can I help?
Looks like you're going to need all the help you can get with this. Do you know where the church stands on this issue? Just more as a reflection of how much she might be willing to trust you, otherwise complete stranger. Give me a persuasion check.
Oh dear.
All right.
Wasn't very persuasive.
That is...
He can be. He can be.
19.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
She looks you up and down, particularly noticing your armaments, and seems to and looking, knowing that you're connected with Elizabeth and you've come here to listen to this meeting. She seems to make a decision. All right. The truth is, the church is loosely supporting the crown at this time, but they are holding back. There's a bit of division. A lot of the bishops are more inclined to support the status quo, but a lot of the lay priests, those of us who, those who tend to their flocks here, in the everyday. And she gestures to you see a halfling woman in a black priest's robe who is kind of
near the front of the queue, and judging from the small symbol of wooden symbol of the regent she wears, you get the feeling that she's probably the parish priest of St. Elodie's.
Of this church, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of them have understand the suffering that the people are going through and are more supportive of it. I know that to the south, where things are happening with Kion, there are some individuals who have been trying to raise support from church-held lands, take advantage of the armories there, raising support from the people, and the church have been deploying their holy orders, ostensibly to defend their lands, but in those places, the military under General Fernald, they have been offering support. They're not willing to advance into a full-on attack upon sympathetic areas, but they've been trying to fight back attempts to gain more ground over the church there. And we believe that this alliance will persist into Kion itself, where the military is seeking to take over the city as a whole and impose martial law.
So there will be magic on both sides.
There will. The military has access to it will depend on how if the church is supporting the military at the moment, then yes, the clerics will be going along with them, and the military has access to arcane magic. They have, of course, the many mages. Between you and me, I understand that the academy has some as well, but they are being reticent with their use.
Okay.
Seems fair. The question, where do the Ebon Guard fit into all of this? Do you know? What side are they on?
They're with the king, aren't they?
I think so.
But are they just to defend him?
Are they just defending the palace, or...?
She looks over to Corzin and then back to you. Give me a persuasion check. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a straight one.
Just a straight one.
Yeah, there's advantage and disadvantage here.
Okay, 17.
She kind of almost looks to Corzin as if for confirmation. Okay,
I'm
seeing
not
your
with
nod.
them, if that helps.
Seeing your nod, Corzin, she looks at. As best we know from Jacqueline has most of the information on this. I know from talking to her and a few other sources. There are at present, I believe, 3 or 4 units of the Ebon Guard.
All here?
No, 1 unit is here of 500, and there are others around the country, mostly towards the south. In Vendion, there are some. I do not know if they are in Vendion right now or if they are supporting the Duchess of Vendée. There are some, I believe, working to maintain things within within Porto Salt and the surrounding areas. And there's one that is still en route back from Sonder, where they are assisting the colonial forces.
Right, but there are some within the city, aren't there?
They are, but they have been restricted strictly to the Mirrored Palace.
Okay.
They are being used to guard the body of the king. Obviously, he's still in his body, but you know what I mean.
I get the sentiment, yes.
I'd
be quite worried if he needs 500 bodyguards.
Oh, they have been a staple of the Royal Guard for the last 20 years or so.
Oh, right.
His father originally purchased them for use, and they have remained there since.
Well, they have about another 80 to go then.
Oh.
I have heard a thing or two about that.
Do they have periods that they're employed
Yeah, you
for?
buy them for 100 years, darling.
Ah.
That's how they tend to work.
The halfling kind of shrugs. Nice if you can live long enough for that to be a reasonable proposition.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yes, I can, because I am a dwarf.
I think that's right, isn't it? They live there? Yes.
Yes.
Yes!
Yes, definitely.
Sorry, this gentleman's been a little bit confused by all the goings on. He's a little bit shell shocked.
Where am I?
It's okay. We're going to take you home to bed soon. Don't worry.
She seems a little confused by this. Okay. Good to meet you. No,
I'll have a small one.
Laughing is not in character.
Sort of shrug.
Celestia's feigning coughing fits over her shoulder
She-
and start giggling.
looks a little confused. Regardless, I do not know if any dwarven mercenaries have been brought in as well, but they do not have long-standing contracts with the crown, at least. Although it is possible there may be some working for Lafayette. She is a bit of a. She and her party within the assembly are difficult. They are known to sway a little bit. They are the money capitalists. They own the factories. Her and that orc. What is his name? Schwartz. They have been doing a lot to. They've made promises to the assembly. They would like, as we would like, a democratic. Well, we would like. And she lowers her voice. Between you and me, we would like to see a true, democratically elected assembly with the king in more of a figurehead role, as you will.
You'd like some say over what happens, basically.
We'd like a lot more than some say. Right now, a lot of the moderates in the assembly are arguing for an orcish style constitutional monarchy where the king has a veto and some powers, and the remainder is held with a, I believe they call it the parliament over there, where people with appropriate property requirements, she rolls her eyes, are given the vote and allowed to elect their representatives. But we don't feel that way.
What is it you want?
I don't think that how many crowns you make in a year should give you the right to have a voice.
You want everyone to have a voice, don't you?
Maybe. Yes. I appreciate it may take some time. Most
Might take
likely
a lot of time, darling.
Most likely we will have to compromise with the moderates, especially the capitalists, who would do fine with a property-based franchise. But
Well, the people with the money always end up on top.
true, but
That's how it works,
we take
isn't it?
these steps, and maybe in time we begin to expand the franchise until maybe one day a universal suffrage.
I mean, it's a lovely thought, but... Really?
What can I say? She gestures over.
Money buys a lot.
It does, but Dumois dreams big, and, well, it is wrong to discount the spirit of the people of Sul.
That's a lovely spirit. I just don't see it ever happening.
There's been enough examples in history of when the powerful are unseated because enough people they have power over
Well,
are
All I
upset.
would say is maybe the people have more of a say than the rich or the powerful or the ennobled believe. All I would suggest is if you hear the call go out today, be wary, watch, pay attention. The people, we people, are not to be discounted.
but
And you see that
if things get far enough, are you going to try and get into the castle and overthrow the king?
you see at this point someone has come over, and it is the human woman Jacqueline. If things go far enough, if things get bad enough, I assure you, if it would save the people of Seoul from famine, from chaos and war. We, and she gestures to the crowd who are kind of looking over. There's people waiting in the queue for. We'll do whatever it takes to be free. Liberty, brotherhood, equality. These are stronger than any chain that would bind us.
I think you're underestimating the Ebon Guard.
She smiles. We shall see. Next, please. And she moves back to her group. Elizabeth looks up. I need to arrange some business here myself. Thank you very much for coming, the three of you. You see why I needed to return here, dangerous though it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have, between you and me, I have money, and the cause needs it. It needs whatever support we can offer.
I see.
We're not going to be in town very long, but if we can help.
If you... we've
got one thing we've got to do today that's pretty vital, but...
If you cannot stay, then all I would ask is, where you go next, when you continue on to Kion, I believe it was, spread the word.
We can do that.
Yeah.
We're good at that.
Good.
I've got a new trick which spreads the word really far.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Just the enemy of any movement of the people is isolation. If we allow the government to make us believe that we are alone, that no one else is fighting, then we will all
fracture.
We will break. We will bend. We will bow. But if they know that in the capital, that we are striving, we are trying to support and protect the National Assembly to win some rights by legislation for all of us, for people like me, like my son, one day when he grows old enough. Maybe that will spur them to encourage their own provincial governments to do the same.
I've got something I can do that would get the word out, but it takes 10 minutes. If you need a call to arms and it's got 10 minutes and you can get word to me.
One moment. Cosette! Yes. If you had to put a call to arms into a message, what would you say? Just thinks for a moment.
10 words or less.
10 words or less. Then I would say what Jacqueline said. Liberty, brotherhood, equality. That's the words.
And that will get people fighting?
Anyone who knows.
We'll get... Okay.
Anyone who knows.
Like I say, it'll take 10 minutes, but...
Speak. Alright. Hey, if the time seems right...
And it only works outside in the day.
Best of luck, whatever this is that you're talking about. She leans into Elizabeth. I've heard that dwarves are masters of producing magical artifacts. Is this sort of...
Yes!
Oh.
It's this, and I rummage in my pocket for the first thing I find that is definitely going to be the magic thing. It's a woolly hat. That's the first thing I saw.
Give me a deception check with disadvantage.
Oh, that's really good.
That is a 22.
Oh, wow.
One of them was a natural 20.
Oh, sad when that happens.
She laughs a little bit. I see you do not want to show me, but fair enough. I know dwarves like their secrets.
Yes, we are a secretive people.
Again, out of character laughing.
Elizabeth takes you by the hand, Corzin. You just kind of puts a hand to just the side, like, the side of your hip, kind of, as a companionable way, and nods to you, Scamp. Whatever it is you have to do today, and for your journey ahead, good luck.
Thank you.
May the Regent and all the saints be with you.
And also with you.
Yeah, best of luck.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to do in here, or do you want to make your way?
I think we've just got to make our way to the.
You make your way out and begin heading down towards Le Grand Bâtard. So,
The great bastard.
I don't know about either of you, but I don't really fancy going and volunteering. Personally.
No, they're all going to die.
Yeah, that's not going to go well.
And it's not going to fix anything. They said they'd do anything for their cause, but they won't. They're not going to surrender and compromise.
They're all going to die.
They're all going to die.
Also, if the Ebon Guard get in, they're all fucked.
Well,
if they get involved at all, they will be
they don't have
fucking
to
flattened.
Fight the king. They just have to fight enough to persuade him to give up power. They don't have to kill him or defeat him.
But the army's coming. The actual army.
Yeah.
These are, villagers with fucking pitchforks. Did anyone else feel like that?
Yeah, no, this is going to be
Also,
a
a people's
slaughter.
government is a lovely idea, but it's a, it's a lovely idea in the same way a rainbow unicorn is a lovely idea.
It's the only option
You know what?
they
I
feel they
think I
have.
can make one of those.
It's never been rainbow before.
I swear I can do it next time.
Okay, I will fucking well hold you to that.
It's the only option these people feel they have left, as crazy as it might sound.
Well, the thing is, the people with the control of the most food or money are always going to be in control. That's how it works. Money can
But they
buy a
have the
lot of
money on
shit.
their side this time. These are the people with the money. They just don't know how to fight. So the people with the bigger guns are going to win.
Well, yeah, they think because they've got some crates with some stuff in, they're going to be okay. They're not.
I really want to help, and I don't know how.
I mean, your thing sounded pretty good. That sounded like a way of helping without getting yourself killed, because
think
it's
it's
not
just-
worth it, I assure you.
My worry is it'll just get more people killed.
People are
But
going to get killed anyway.
I guess all fighting at once is less likely to get all killed than fighting in small groups.
Yeah.
Let's go have a prison break. It's actually the most sensible thing anyone's doing today.
Yeah, we might be able to do something actually productive rather than just throwing ourselves in front of a line
Let's
of the
break
king's
into
men.
an ancient fortress, because that's more sensible than
Full of
starting
big
a revolution.
bastards.
Also, what we're doing could be, depending on how we do it, distracting.
I really hope it's not. I'm
I
hoping
really
it's
hope it's
quiet,
not.
subtle, and over quickly.
So, you make your way past. It's actually slightly quicker to go via the wall. So you make your way around the city wall and loop round until you find yourself at the base of the hill, the small hill that leads up towards the Great Bastard. As is the style I mentioned before, as is the style of medieval castles, it contains high, thin walls. Rather than the low, thick walls that are common these days, because those do significantly better against cannon fire than the high walls, which classically did just fine against, say, fireballs, but not sustained artillery barrages.
Any windows?
Indeed. We'll get to that. So,
Excellent.
there is one large and obvious entrance, which is the main gate. There is there was at one time a winding path that led up to it. Since then, the path has actually been widened and smoothed out to allow ease of supplies being brought up and down there in the days since its value as a military installation really kind of declined, what with the city more or less just sprawling around it, rather than being useful as one slightly outside the city. And the invention of gunpowder. But it does have high walls. It has a classic reinforced domed roof, as is common in Jovan architecture, as rudimentary protection against dragon attacks, as well. And you can see, however, up at the top of the walls there are gun ports, which have been built in along with the classic parapets. From which there are a variety of cannons just pointed out. You're not even sure if those cannons are even ready to load necessarily. They're just more there as a statement than anything else. Because if you've got points to put them in a castle, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
There are There are windows that go down the side of it. The castle is high enough to support 4 stories that you can see from the outside. And these windows tend to be built of the classical archer position type, where they sort of slant inwards to a moderately narrow slit that someone could shoot a bow or crossbow, or indeed a musket out of, and take aim in various directions while still providing protection to the individual within. These go up at somewhat irregular intervals around it. From the front, you can see that the front gate is actually set up as a heavy classical portcullis style, with thick wood and iron with these ones, because the advanced things, that would be with an iron lattice portcullis that is designed to go down. This particular castle doesn't have a moat, so there's no drawbridge. The portcullis serves as a way to cut it off from the entryway, although it is currently raised up enough to get carts and men through, because there's no particular need to close it at this particular time. You can see inside, just from looking up at the hill, you'll need to get closer for a better view, that there is a open central courtyard of some description, where the sort of keep part of this castle connects to the rear to the rear facing part of the castle walls, where and then rises up into a 4-story keep with similar sort of arrow slit type windows, all of which is underneath the anti-dragon fire archers, but there's enough light that comes in from the main gateway to provide light within. And of course, it being, because of the aforementioned anti-dragon fire, there's also a secondary set of doors, which sits just behind the portcullis, currently open, but can be closed. And these are just huge wooden gates with looks like very ancient oiled leather, just as a simple fireproofing device against the aforementioned dragons.
Right.
But which are kept open because light.
Yeah, fair.
You need to get closer, or unless you want to scout it from a distance, if you want to find more information.
Anyone got any bright ideas?
Are we able to just wander around the outside of this in its entirety?
I mean, there is a street which goes around the base of the hill, and there are houses around that on the castle side of that street.
I think the first thing we should do is do a circuit of it, so we kind of case where everything is.
Yeah.
And if at all possible, try and figure out where the main cells where Sweet would be being held would be located, if that's at all possible from the outside.
Okay. Give me a perception check, please.
15.
19.
Natural 1, but lucky. Perception. 18.
You're distracted by a passing bird, but then trip on a flagstone and remember to pay attention. I've got to remember to narrate the lucky things a bit more as actually being luck. So, you're all pretty on alert, making your way around. You can see that there is well, first of all, you can see the guard contingent that's in sight.
A lot?
A fair number. This is not a fully staffed castle. If this castle was staffed to repel a serious siege, you would expect maybe a few hundred people to be guarding it. It's hard to get an exact number without seeing the inside, but you see that there are at least you catch sight of at least 30 guards, some of which are positioned essentially along the top parapets under the arch where the cannons are, just walking in pairs on patrol. A couple of some occasionally stopping and standing and looking out. And you see some moving around the central courtyard. You can see a couple. There's actually 4 of them that arrive at one point while you're walking around, bringing up a cart with a slightly tired-looking old horse that drags up several barrels towards the entryway. In fact, knowing them, looking at them, those aren't barrels; those are kegs, and that's definitely a powder shipment.
I really want to throw fire at it.
Tell me if you do.
No.
The rest of them you do see, and you do see a number more in the courtyard. Looking at, kind of peering around, it looks like there are stables, although they're probably not. You don't know whether they're actually occupied. Maybe they just service the dray horses that move back and forth. You can see the entryway to the main castle is guarded by a group of 6. And there are a number of side buildings which are built in. You would guess that prisoners would probably be kept within the main castle itself. Right. You also see that there is a small drain outlet. The castle does not drain its sewage directly into the sewage network for obvious security reasons. But instead channels it into a small gutter that comes out about halfway up the castle, the castle mound, and then runs into just like an actual gutter that runs down into the street, along a path along the street, and down into the river. The passageway in is small. It's conceivable that maybe Corzin could get in if he stripped naked and buttered himself.
It's the only way forward. We have to do it.
It also has an obvious iron grate on it.
Gonna Andy Dufresne himself. It
is not large enough from sight for someone like Scamp or Celestia. Scamp, and definitely not Celestia to crawl through.
Okay.
Because again, good security design. Don't be like the English king who having inherited a beautiful castle from his father, Gaillard Castle, which was impregnable, decide everything's great, but what if I need to take a shit at church and install a giant passageway to a privy in the chapel that people could crawl up? And they did.
That's incredible.
And that's how they lost that castle.
Amazing.
History lesson, folks.
So this looks difficult.
We need to find our contact, see how much he can do for us.
Yeah. But are we going to have to get in a little way to find the contact?
I don't know.
Or could we find him at his house and try and get him on his way into work?
Might be a bit late in the day for that.
Might be.
Either that or we have to infiltrate a shipment like the one that we just saw.
I mean, it's possible.
Not our strong point.
It's always possible I could talk us through a door or two.
Maybe just go ask and be extra charming. And maybe they'll at least tell us whether he's working today or if he's in or...
What race is he? I've forgotten.
Would we know?
We got a description of him.
I just can't remember. Human, oily black hair. I can't read my own writing. He but was good look. Was quite muscled at one point, but has gone to seed and still reasonably good looking.
Okay.
Jussie and Gaston.
Every time, yeah.
Every time.
Slightly portly Gaston.
Okay.
I genuinely can't read what I've written. It looks like ghoul bears, but I'm sure
that's definitely... It's what I'm writing down now.
I feel like it was probably a comment on what his eye colour was, but...
Ghoul bears!
So he's human. Alright. Well... How many guards are on the nearest gate?
So you can see that the front gate...
Like on the least guarded gate, how many guards are there?
There is one gate.
I thought so.
It is a castle.
Yeah.
There are a total of 4 guards in 2 pairs.
Guards, 2 pairs, okay.
Either side of the entryway.
Oh, let me have a look at my spells, 1 sec. Oh, I mean, I can do 4.
Do they know afterwards?
Don't think so. We've got an hour.
Worth trying, I guess.
I mean, I'd have to play the guitar for a minute.
That might go down badly during that minute.
But then they'd think I was amazing.
Maybe. Or you could try.
You need to be within 60 feet of
Yeah, I know.
We can't pass ourselves off as officials or anything.
No, definitely not.
I was thinking up stupid stories, like, it was some sort of occasion we wanted to surprise him, or I'm in love with him and want to do a grand gesture or whatever. I'd like to propose to him. I'm really into him.
You could just say that he owes you money.
That might be more convincing.
Then you're in love with him, probably.
If I turn up the posh, they might believe that, mightn't they?
Yeah.
I probably don't need to turn up the posh, do I?
It's pretty up there.
Probably not.
I'm not sure I could turn up the
No.
posh.
Maybe try talking. If it doesn't work, have a little go on you.
Fuck it, right, I'm going to go up to a pair of them.
I'm going to stay where I can see
Okay.
you.
Non-threateningly.
Yeah.
You mosey up towards the gate. There are two pairs of guards kind of look at each other, and one of them goes, alright. And one of the two pairs moves off from their post, not being actively threatening, but they kind of just stand in the middle of the road and go, and they've got their muskets on their shoulders, but not presented as like, have you got the hood up or down?
I'm gonna say down.
Okay.
Actually,
Right, they kind of look up. And slightly straighten up and see. Can we help you? Can we help you, Mum?
yes, you can. Actually, I've been having a bit of a problem with one of your staff. I'm gonna cast Charm Person at 2nd level and get both of them.
Ooh.
Okay. If they look like they're resisting, let me know.
That one is cocked. That one is also cocked. I need to move this out of the dice tray. One of them looks like they might be able to resist.
Can I minus a d4 from that?
Okay, go for it.
1.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to check their stats for that then. Your
The save
DC
is
is
16.
16, isn't it?
Yeah, DC 16.
Kind of blink for a moment. And both of them smile a little wider. One of them goes,
Thank you.
oh, hello. How can, hopefully, neither of us.
No, you're lovely, obviously. I've only just met you, I can already tell.
Who do you know the man in question?
His name's Gaston Dumont. I think he's the chef or the cook.
Between you and me, Madame, cook is better than chef. I would not see what he cooks in a restaurant. How has he offended you?
Well, darling, he owes me a fairly decent sum of money. I
You
don't...
see one of the other one go out the side of his mouth again.
Oh, is he known for this sort of thing?
He is, between you and me, Madame, he is perhaps a little overly fond of the dice. It got him into trouble with his wife before.
Who isn't?
It got him into a bit of a trouble with his wife before that all fell apart.
Well, this explains a lot. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have lent him money. I wish I'd had you around to warn me before. The thing is, I don't really want it to get, ugly or anything like that. I don't think it needs to. I just need a conversation with him. Do you know if he's working today?
Yes, he is currently in the kitchen. We should not leave our posts, but Belle. He looks over and there's a female guard who is currently walking over towards the keep. What is it here? Could you get Gaston out? Apparently, this lady he owes her money. Belle goes, Again? Okay. And marches off towards the keep.
Why did nobody warn me about this man? I wouldn't have lent him any money if I'd known.
I think under the circumstances, that's probably why he didn't mention it.
Probably.
If we can ask your patience, I'm sure he will be out soon.
No worries, thank you for your help.
They sort of sit. There's an awkward pause while they're just waiting.
So do you do this a lot then?
Yes.
Guarding?
I mean, yes, since we came back from the war, a lot of us here are... the official term is... I hate the term, but the official term is invalids. We've all received one injury or another, which means we can't be out on the field. Most of those of us here, this is kind of a bit of a semi-retirement posting. We don't see a lot of action here.
Bit dull then. It's a shame.
You know, after what I saw, some of the stuff I saw in Sunday, I'm not too bothered by that.
Fair enough. Can understand that.
How about you? Are you with the... I assume you are with the Lady Hanali's court up in the...
darling, not with them. Just travelling musician, you know.
Oh!
I gestured to all the instruments on me.
Well, yes, I just assumed they'd brought you up as entertainment.
No, separate thing. Travelling the world, you know, seeing some stuff.
No, I've heard there's some pretty wild parties going on at the palace at times.
Yeah, there would be.
What I wouldn't give to be a fly on that wall. There's about 2 more minutes of awkward pause. Just everyone...
Look at the other two like, help. I mouth, help me.
Okay.
Just give you a double thumbs up.
Before you see a man in the navy uniform, in a slightly not the most well put together navy uniform. You see, it looks like he's quickly buttoned up his jacket, and you can tell because the jacket's actually slightly misaligned, like he's done one button up wrong. And
bless him.
and he does indeed have oily black hair. I assume that I've written shoulders rather than ghoul bear, so I'm going to say he's broad shoulders.
I want him to have a broad ghoul bear.
It says ghoul bears in my notes. That is what we're going with.
You would have to go back to his house to find the ghoul bear, and alas, that's just not acceptable. So you can see that, he was once, he's still not bad looking, but he's kind of gone to seed a bit. He's
sagged
fat.
a bit.
Yeah, he's sagged. What was
His
up in the
chest
chest?
has slipped.
Yeah, the chest has slipped down to the belly.
Oh, dear.
Oh no.
And he comes out. What's this about? What was it? What? As far as I know, there's no one. He looks up. Okay, what is this about? And he gestures over. As I do not owe you any money.
I'm just going to talk to this man in private, my dears. I say to the guards, this sounds like it might be a bit embarrassing. I don't want to make a scene.
No,
so I'm
fine,
just
it's
going
fine.
to very forcibly take him over and way out of it.
Okay, give me an athletics check, because he's going to try and pull away from that.
Can I?
It's pretty
assist
good,
her?
actually.
You're
18.
not right next to him.
Okay.
You're further down a bit.
All right.
18.
Okay, he tries to shrug away. but
It's
you
not
kind
like
of-
a fight. It's just like a really aggressive
kind of-
arm round. Just
you
like
just
taking
you
him
go around
over.
and kind of clutch a bit, and he tries to shrug out, but you're like, no, and march him down towards the pair of you who are about, down towards the bottom of the thing. It's like,
As we're going
the two
down-
guards call like, don't keep him too long.
I won't, don't worry. You can trust
What
me.
the fuck? Who are you?
No, you don't owe me any money, but you do owe somebody a favour, as I recall.
You see the colour drain from his face.
Come with me.
Hag deals, not even once.
He much more pliably moves down towards the bottom. What do you want?
Well, let's keep
And
this.
how do I know you're not just you aren't just bluffing me?
I've gestured to Corzin.
Mm-hmm.
You have the ring.
Yeah. I take the ring out and I hold it up.
Because he's gonna try. He tries to grab for it. Give me a dexterity check.
Okay.
Oh, that's not good.
That's
how much is it?
6.
I I don't think I can help.
No.
It's not enough.
Okay. He manages to get hold of it.
I would like to kick him.
Okay, give it.
I'd like to grab him as
all right,
well.
I'll give him disadvantage then.
Okay, yeah, if he's going to grab hold
I
of it,
doubt it,
I'm
I
going
rolled
to
a
grab
one.
his wrist.
Okay, now give me an athletics check.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kick myself.
7 from me.
You
So
both try and kick him, and he's like, no,
Athletics,
no.
that's 18.
Okay, however, he pulls it out of your hand, and then you grab the wrist. Like,
And I just sort of, don't try it, my friend.
shit. He opens his hand.
I take it.
You take the ring back. Fine.
So, we have a friend in prison who we'd like to be not in prison. His name is Sweet. He's a tiefling, and he's in prison for some weird acts of magic up at the university that he didn't actually do.
Yeah, I heard they brought in a tiefling last night, a few others as well. Maybe there was some talk of magic, but a breakout? That is well above what I can do. What do you think I'm going to do? Smuggle him out in a barrel of onions?
Yes, that sounds great.
That sounds actually like a really good idea.
Barrels of onions don't go out of a kitchen; they go into it. You dipshit.
Well, what happens to the empty barrels?
They are empty, and obviously they get checked on their way out to make sure they're empty.
Well, I can make them look empty.
You do have a point there.
Yeah.
What about carts?
Yes.
Do all the carts get searched on the way out?
Of course, but the carts get searched on the way out. The carts get searched on the way in. Of course.
Do you know where he's being held?
Yes, he would be held in the donjon. Obviously, not in actual donjon up in the top, but below in the cellars. Most of the prisoners are.
Do you know of any ways in?
I mean, that's the front gate. That's the way I get in. But once you're in there, I suppose you don't want to go through the front doors. You could go in through the side door into the kitchen where we bring in the supplies.
The kitchen? Goodness, that's where you work.
So it is.
That's
From
convenient.
Look, I can get you into the kitchen, and maybe okay, let's say we got you in. I could get you into the kitchen, and I could make sure they don't find. If you get into a cart, they do take carts of supplies back out. Not supplies, but the spent barrels and such. I'm not due to send one out for a few days, but I could make one go today, and you could go in there. You could hide your friend in there, and I could make sure that it's not searched thoroughly.
How many prisoners are currently interred here?
I don't really keep track. Maybe 20, 30 tops. It used to be used more, but these days I think we've got a few drunks in, some forgers, and of course the people they brought in last night.
So what kind of a way into the kitchens are you talking? Are you talking you'd just take us in? Like we're friends or something?
That would be way too many things for a moment.
Because I have some sway with those two guards. I've put a little bit of something on them. An hour.
An hour.
It's only been a couple of minutes. Well, maybe about 10 minutes now. But
I mean, maybe I could get the two of you in openly. He gestures to Scamp, the dwarf, and Corzin. They're not common, but they are dwarven members of the military, and I could get hold of some uniforms, and you could come in with a cart.
I mean, that sounds hilarious.
There's no way I could disguise you.
If we're disguised, then we could be escorting her.
I have to wear this cloak. I can't really put on a uniform.
Okay, well, I could give you a uniform, and I don't know, maybe.
Could they be a prisoner?
That's possible. Yes.
I can get myself arrested really easily.
Wait. Shit. Okay, I
Hopefully
know.
that won't be necessary.
I do know a guard who owes me a lot of money. I'm sure if I forgive him the debt and make sure that he gets double rations when he's working here, maybe he would be willing to go along. You could do a prisoner escort. I would bring you straight into the jail, and if you have the keys, obviously I would put you in a good position. And okay, I'll get my friend to escort you in if you're the other guard.
Could we smuggle me in somewhere? Could I hide in something?
Maybe. Honestly, given the
I could talk my way through the door. I'm quite good at that.
If you believe you can talk your way in through the door, by all means. We could bring in as a prisoner, and I can get Marie to, Michelle to sort that, because I've established that guard is now. As for you, well, on the way out, at least I can have a cart prepared and I can stick you all in barrels if nothing else. Ensure that Michelle does the check. To bring you
I
out.
don't suppose I could be a prisoner, could I?
I mean,
Or am I a bit posh?
you look like someone who would probably get into some sort of drunken disturbance, so who knows?
I've never been drunk or disturbing in my entire life. I'm very well
I'm
behaved.
sure. Still, but
I could be a prisoner.
Or could you be
I could be
someone
tough.
who's someone like you're the victim in the crime and you want to see the person in prison?
Oh, I could do that very well. That would be
You're
convincing.
outraged.
You've robbed me, and I want to see you behind bars. Ooh.
Would that work?
maybe if you can sell it. Look, I will get Michel and his spare uniform, and I need to make sure that I'm not missed in the kitchen. I will make sure that someone can cover for me. Give me an hour. Meet me in that alley over there. He gestures to an alley down away.
Okay.
I'll meet you with Michel and some cuffs.
If you can make it 45 minutes, we'll have easier time getting through the front door.
Okay, fine. 45 minutes. But the thing is, you should be all right. The guards are going to change shifts.
Oh, right. Don't worry then,
So-
honestly.
No.
Doesn't make a difference.
Fine.
But please bring enough cuffs for both of us because we'll get our stories straight
would
and
it
decide
be-
whether I'm a prisoner or not.
Wait,
Yeah.
would it be easier for you to get through with the current guards then? Because they're...
Slightly, yeah. I mean, I've already
Okay,
got a
fine.
bit of...
Then I'll see if I can make it. Then I'll see if I can make it 45 minutes. It's just that they change shift in an hour, and I thought it would be easier if they don't recognize your face.
Actually, if they don't, I could be something else, couldn't I?
Yeah, you already established
I've got
yourself
I've
to them.
can do that more times than
But
I
they
did.
will like you, these ones.
True. Oh, actually, yeah, maybe we could do the whole, I've been robbed, you're my friends, you'll let me go in and check that everything. I don't know, what could I say?
Work it out amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
I need to get things sorted in the kitchen and go talk to Michelle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it
And
within
when
45
and on the
minutes.
way
If we
out-
decide we want different guards,
Before
we'll
I
wait.
let you, when I get you into that cart, I want that fucking ring. After
Deal.
this, my debt is done. Okay. He storms back up towards the keep.
Okay.
Okay, so what have we done? What have you done?
Well, we're going to go hide in an alley for a start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you robbed me or am I also a prisoner? Have we had a fight?
I'll assume that you're discussing this on the way to the
Yeah.
alley.
Yeah.
I
So
think
those guards have seen us together now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys were basically just at the bottom
Yeah.
of the
Yeah,
hill.
so we can't be complete strange. Actually, maybe we need to wait for different guards, because if you're in a uniform, they've seen
Oh,
you
no,
not.
shit. Yeah, we
Yeah.
need to wait for
We
different
didn't,
guards.
yeah.
That'd be bollocks. They've definitely seen you. Okay, I mean, we could have had a fight, couldn't we?
that
And
would
they're bringing
make
us
the
both
most
in.
sense. And yeah, it would be
We'd have to look a bit roughed up. I've got a kit for that.
Cool, let's do that.
Or we could just hit each other a few times. Either way.
No. Let's try the kit first.
Okay.
Give each other like a black eye.
Yeah.
And
Oh god, what is a disguise check? I've never done one. I have a kit and I've never used it.
I'm going to say intelligence
I've got one
plus
too.
proficiency.
You're actually proficient, I think, aren't you?
Yeah, if you're
I think I
proficient.
am.
Give me an
You do it.
intelligence check plus proficiency check because this is about this is more about setting up the disguise.
Can I help?
Yeah,
Or,
let's
like,
give
how
you
does this
proficiency. It'll
work?
give you advantage because
Yeah.
you're both assisting.
Oh, one of them's good.
Are you proficient in it?
I believe I am.
No, I mean Celestia.
I'm not. No.
Never mind. In future, I won't give you advantage then because because. Like,
Oh, I'm
that's-
sorry.
I think
I-
it's a case where like that you kind of need the skill to.
No, cool,
meaningfully
fair
assist. On this occasion, though, since you're
How do
basically
you
just
have one if you're
roughing you
not
up.
proficient?
Yeah.
Roughing us up, maybe a couple of weird
You're putting
bruises
dirt,
and stuff.
some bruises on,
yeah.
So that's 21.
Bit
Okay.
of smudge to the
Yeah,
makeup
after a
anyway.
bit of work, you look like one very roughed up dwarf.
Oh, dear.
Do I look like I'm drunk and I've had a fight? Oh,
Always.
I'm so angry. Oh, thank you.
Corzin's just looking at both of them like, what?
Here, this'll help, and I splash alcohol in your face.
I
Where
lick it.
did you even get that?
I lick it off the bits of my face. I go,
I'm in my bowl.
I'm gonna like pour a little
What
bit
alcohol
of.
did you splash into her face?
It's blue. Who knows what it is?
I'm gonna.
Okay,
But it's
so
very alcoholic.
You have curacao all over your face
Oh.
now.
I just asked for blue alcohol.
I lick it off my hand.
It's kind of sweet.
Rub some on my cheeks.
I'm gonna pour a little sprinkle of witch's brew on the both of us to make it
Oh,
smell
no.
weird.
That's worse.
So
I'm going to chug some of this because I can't get drunk.
Yeah, your breath now solidly smells of blue curacao.
we've had a terrible fight.
Yep.
I tried to steal your wife, not to sleep with, just to have. No, let's not do that. You tried to mug me, so I hit you, and then you hit me, and you were better at violence than I was, so now we're both upset.
But surely you're then just the victim.
Oh, true. No, we got to have had. You insulted my honour, so I hit you, and then you hit me.
That's nicely vague.
You were having a duel which I interrupted.
Being the guard that you are.
Yes.
Yes.
You were both
We were
arrested for
both terribly
making
tense over the revolution.
You were both arrested for making an affray and resisting arrest.
Right.
Yeah.
So we've got to look resistant and annoying.
Oh,
That's very scary.
grr.
Oh, fuck. Glad I wasn't in a real fight with you. That would have been terrifying.
Okay. After 45...
More things would be on fire.
After actually about 55 minutes, almost an hour, it seems that Gaston is a little bit slower than he anticipated. He returns with a kind of groggy-looking halfling, poorly shaven, like really, like he's taken a good stab at it, and clearly he's taken a stab at it, judging from the kind of shaving cuts, from the numerous shaving cuts and the patchy quality of his beard. He's done his best to put his somewhat threadbare uniform together, but he comes with another one, as well as a set of as two sets of manacles and a key, which he and Gaston goes, right, this is Michel. Hello.
Hello, Michelle.
Hello, Michelle. Lovely to meet you.
You say I'm getting paid for this. I say that I'm cancelling the money you owe me for this. Fine. Whatever. You got something... Smells like you got something good to drink.
I give him some witch's brew.
Afterwards.
Takes a swig.
Too late.
Spews it out.
It's delicious, isn't it?
Good
I
stuff.
cork it up and put it back in my bag.
Yes. Yeah.
Would
You
you fix
actually
people up like
that shit?
Gaston?
No, not really, if I'm honest.
No,
It was not the best
does.
purchase.
Whatever. We're going up now. I'm waiting a bit. To which Gaston says, "Wait a minute. I need to get up before you. I can't be seen arriving with all of you. Give it 10 minutes.
Cool.
Give us a bit of time for the guards to change as well."
Yeah, that would be good.
makes his way off up. Remember, get to the kitchens when you're done. I have a cart there.
Thank you.
And he says, your gratitude is appreciated, but not as much as that ring will be. And he makes his way up.
Fair.
Michelle kind of looks you all up and down. Nice beard.
Thank you. It took me a whole day to grow it.
Scratches at his chin, uncovering one of the scabs.
Maybe you should grow a beard, darling.
Yeah, regulations. You're not allowed to have a beard unless you're in the Navy.
Yeah.
Oh.
They say it's unsightly.
What you've got going on right now looks very nice. I
Very
see what I'm
sightly.
saying.
You think you're pretty smart, don't you?
Nope.
Yeah. Pretty fucking smart.
Very
to be
aware that
honest.
I'm not.
I'm so smart.
Whatever. He shrugs and tosses the uniform at you, Corzin. Bit of advice. We get, even if you're padding yourself out a bit, one musket, one sidearm, either a flintlock or a sword. You can't go in bristling like that. If you're gonna have that, at least put it in your pack.
Now maybe stash them, darling.
Same for you. I'm not bringing in prisoners who are carrying rapiers
Yeah, fair.
or your gun at all.
Could I get away with just putting them in my bag? What
Is
about
there a place
musical
we can stash
instruments?
it?
Is that going to be fucking weird?
I mean, weird, but not a weapon, so fuck it. I don't care.
Do I need to put them anywhere except my bag? Do I need to stash them somewhere?
Well, normally we'd be taking your bag off you and putting it in the armory with any weapons you have.
So it could be in my bag?
Yeah, I don't really give a shit. I get a feeling of what you're doing here, and I don't really give a shit about actually disarming you, so whatever. You got any weapons?
No. I got a small knife.
At least try and hide it if nothing else, would you?
Cool.
Alright, Corzin is going to hold on to death
Okay.
and put Dishonor, his carbine, and actually no, he can keep the carbine.
You can keep the carbine.
Yeah, he's going to put Dishonor and the other sword he has in his pack.
Okay. And
You
two
are armed to the
flintlocks.
teeth,
You
aren't
still
you?
have two flintlocks.
That's true. Okay.
do you put those in as well?
Yeah.
Okay, you
Yeah.
put your fucking armory, personal armory away.
Yeah. I'll say for the purposes of this, he's left the sling staff back at the lodgings.
Roll a. We'll do this in advance.
Alright.
Give me a charisma-based disguise check with advantage because you have the uniform.
Okay. So.
Ooh. That's not bad, actually.
Okay, if it's charisma beast, that's 17.
Cool. With this in mind, you tosses you the manacles once you put the uniform on.
Click. Click.
Yeah, you take the key. All right.
Yeah, these are
Slaps
fucking
himself on the
horrible.
cheek. Does his best impression of being at least somewhat at attention. Right, let's get you filthy reprobates into jail.
Celestia immediately, as soon as they're inside of the prison, starts sort of drunkenly swaying.
He actually grabs you by the manacles because they're within reach and drags you after him.
Yeah, I'll be.
Well, Grandma's blood wouldn't do this.
Oh, you're a scoundrel.
Fuck off, you insulted my honour.
Oh, you're honour's
Bastard.
insulting.
One down, both of you.
Deception.
Give me a deception check, both of you.
19.
Oh, shit. 10.
Can I add something to that?
You can.
Please do.
That's a 3.
13. Ooh, that's the worst one I've rolled in a while.
You can.
Down to more
These-
sorcery points.
You kind of march up, and the two. There's a new set of 4 guards on the gates. He goes, One of them holds up a hand and looks probably to you, Corzin, and says, "Hold up. What's with these?"
They were caught making an affray. I think they've been. It's a
I've never made
gentleman's
anything
duel gone bad.
free in my life. Fuck off.
They resisted arrest and and were drunk and disorderly.
I'll give you that one.
I've never been drunk in
Why
my
didn't you take them
entire life.
Why didn't you take them to the watch house?
I've just come from the watch house. They told me to bring them here.
Give me a deception check.
So stressful.
Natural 20.
Yes!
Oh, they got
D4 away.
Oh shit, are the cells full again? Okay, come on. He wades you through.
I've only got so many sorcery points. I'm clinging to these 2 4s.
You'll march through, actually in through the main gates this time, passing the 6 guards who are on the main gates, who kind of vaguely nod as you pass. Seeing that you're past the front gates, they don't really pay much more attention as the pair of you are dragged into the main hallway and down a set of steps into a series of dark tunnels beneath, just a dark corridor. It's not like a maze of patrici passages all alike, lit by candelabras. Not candelabras. That's ridiculously ornate.
For a prison.
Yeah, no.
For torture.
Candles
It's torture.
It's not torture.
No?
Those things are smoky as shit.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, it's small candles on sconces.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and on wall sconces, and you're brought down to a heavy wooden door with a set of bars on it. There are 2 guards outside, because why would you leave only a single guard on a prison door?
Fair.
One of which has a set of keys on a ring, not at their belts, but neatly on a chain around their necks. Again, sensible security. But they do kind of look up. Shit. City Watch cells full again?
Afraid so.
Full of shit is what they are.
Weren't you?
People fighting in the streets.
So, before I give you the back of my hand.
Oh, a present.
Alright, so I see a bit of drunk and disorderly.
Wee.
Right, he gets his one of the keys and unlocks the front.
That's quite clearly insensible, as you can see.
I'm
Let's get
always sensible. Shut your face, you little short man.
And the says, one moment. The other one gets out gets out a clipboard with some paper on. And says, "Okay, names."
Grunter.
Grunter and
Her gnarly diffuser.
a gnarly diffuser, whatever. And he said, "Okay, sign here." He passes the docket to you, Corzin, to say, "Well, you've handed the prisoners over to us."
Yeah, I just sign with an X.
Okay. So for me to say I've received them, tears off one. Does it twice, you see, on 2 different pieces of paper. Tears off one docket, passes it to you. There you go. Habeas corpus. From you to me. Open the door. They open the doors. Okay. Pretty much with it, whichever cell. Why not put them next to the new ones? Come on. And the one with the keys leads you down a corridor which is flanked by iron-barred cells on either side. You can see that there are, like 18 people in there. Most of them just snoring away on cloth pallets.
Right.
In what's basically relative darkness. There's like a candle at the far end of the... near the door, which is kept lit. There's not a lot of light down here, but they have at least been given. You can see there are bowls of some sort of food and tin cups of water which you've been provided. And towards the middle, you can see the slightly ragged form of Sweet, whose eyes flick open from an apparent doze as you enter. Seems to clock the three of you and then
I give a wink.
Settles back into a doze again.
All right.
And you see the guy go, we got the free one up at the end there. Let's go. Let's keep going. And unlocks the cell door.
So is it just him who's with us?
Yeah. The one with the clipboard is at the far end and is currently is keeping watch outside. The one with the keys has come in with you.
Okay.
And unlocks the far.
The one with the keys is the guy with the husky voice who is escorting us.
No, the guy with the husky voice, Michelle, is with you as well. But this is just one of the two jailers.
Okay, cool. Random jailer.
Yeah,
Cool.
unlocks the gate. Says, "Okay, you can take the manacles off. Come on, in you go, you drunks."
Click.
Keep the manacles off. Shrink them in. Any belongings you want us to put in the armory? He kind of looks at the pack and the various instruments on Celestia, and Michelle goes, "No, we already set them. They're fine. Whatever." Closes the door. Steps back out towards the end. "Okay, come on." And on the outside, clicks the door shut again on the far side. And says to Corzin and Michelle, "Right, got your chitty. Get a drink up at the kitchen if you want. It's just down the hall and up the stairs. Gaston's just make sure that Gaston's assistant serves you. I'm sure he spits in the drinks. And be on your way.
Right, you are.
Hope it's a quieter day than the day before yesterday, huh?"
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I am not envious of you folk on the outside. At least here it's quiet.
Yeah, you don't know how good you got it.
Oh, we do. I was in Sunday.
Corzin gives him a knowing nod.
On your way.
All right.
So, do you head with Michelle towards the kitchen?
Yeah, I think I would have to.
You
at
walk
this point.
that way at least out of sight. While this is happening, then the pair of you are in a cell.
And we the cell next to.
You're 2 cells down from Suite, but the inhabitants of those cells are a couple of individuals in somewhat rough clothing, and one fellow who looks quite nice clothing in his clothing, probably some sort of aristocrat, are all passed out and just snoring.
How far away is the guard with the keys?
The guard with the keys. So you're at the end of the cells. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's 16 cells total with 8 on a side. You're on the furthest cells. So the door into the prison is 40 feet away. These are 5-foot cells. So that's where the door is. So 40 feet away, and presumably he's 45 feet away, which is on the other side of the door.
I could do the thing where I play the song and charm him.
I mean, you could.
If I start playing the guitar, he'll probably come over to see what's wrong.
Yeah. In case it all goes wrong, do you want me to see if I can get this door open?
That might not be a bad idea. Shall I start twiddling away?
Maybe let me have a quick look.
You have a fiddle with that, and then I'll go after that.
Then again, if it's a magic lock, we're in trouble. If there's an alarm on it of some kind.
True. Can you tell?
It'll take me 10 minutes.
It's quite a long time.
It's quite a long time. I can also just get out of here. But I can't bring you with me.
No, but if we're really fucked, you might be able to nick the keys or something and throw them in.
Friend?
I'm here.
Can you just have a little look at the other door and see if it's bolted or anything on the other side?
Can you tell if it's magic?
Can you tell if it's magic?
No better than you can.
No. I'm going gonna have a little look, see if I can work out if this door's got like a magical alarm on it.
The skull in your pocket doesn't shift. It's close enough that that friend can just look, perhaps,
Project
without
themselves.
needing to be there. And there is indeed a moment where the pair of you see a sort of the pair of you with sight see a silvery sort of form emerge from the skull before vanishing, but you can kind of feel somehow that they're still around. There's a short pause. Looks like it's just a classic warded lock. It's lockable from their side primarily. It looks like it's been built in a way that there's some sort of setup that I think makes it a bit harder to open from this side, probably for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Looks like all of the locks in here are of the same type as well.
Are they gonna go off if I open them then? Or is it just difficult? There's not anything gonna...
I mean...
Do you think? Can I have a little look and see if I know?
Yeah. Give me an investigation check of the lock.
5!
Oh, God.
And as far as you can tell, it's
It's a lock.
kind of old, slightly rusty iron lock.
Okay. Maybe we try the music thing first.
I'm going to start gently twiddling away on the guitar in a way that the guard would be able to hear. But I don't want to make too much of a ruckus and wake everybody up.
Okay, give a performance check then. Slightly higher DC than usual because you're trying to avoid making too much noise.
Fuck. 15.
Okay. You begin just a gentle sort of... because it's stuck
Quite
in your
bad
head.
for me.
No, something else.
Yeah.
And you gently begin playing music. The guard, you hear a sort of... is that a drunk musician? Go check, would you? Okay. You get the door open. They close it too, but don't lock it after them. And you see them walk. The guard with the keys walks down towards where you are and goes, "Knock it off, would you? Some of these people are trying to sleep."
Sorry, I'm just trying to distract myself so I can calm down a bit, you know. I'm going to cast Charm Person on him.
Okay.
And then...
Is it just the one that's with us? Or?
Just the one.
Just the ones with you.
I'm ready to react if it looks like it's not working.
I get it, but you're going to be fine in here. We're looking after you.
Oh, you look like a nice sort of person. I'm going to look down for a second and look back up at him.
Yeah.
And Rainbow Spirit flares out of my eyes. And I'm going to take on the appearance of unearthly beauty.
Ooh.
And because he is... It's Mantle of Majesty, if you're wondering what the ability is.
Yeah.
And during that time, I can cast Command as a bonus action, and any creature that is charmed by me automatically fails the save.
And it lasts for 1
Up
minute
to
or
up to 1
until
minute.
your concentration ends.
Mm-hmm.
So you can keep this going for more than a minute if you are concentrating on it.
Yeah.
Cool. So he kind of blinks a moment. Sorry. So yeah. So you.
So I get a command effectively every 6 seconds on him
Yeah.
if I
So
want.
he kind of blinks a little bit and smiles. It's fine. You'll be properly treated here. We pride ourselves
Thank you.
on.
Could you pass me the keys?
Of course. He reaches down and passes the keys through
you.
the
Take them.
lock. Through the bars.
And I open the door.
Oh, you probably shouldn't do that.
It's fine, don't worry.
Assuming you put a focus on don't worry.
Yeah,
You're probably right.
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure everything will be okay.
Step in there, would you?
Into
Into the cell.
Oh, of course, he steps through into the cell. I'm assuming the pair of you quickly
Yeah.
step
Yeah,
out.
step out. I lock the door.
What?
Quiet. I give the keys to Scamp and
gonna
just to run down the hallway.
I'm gonna get Sweet out.
Yeah.
This is where I just need to see how long the command lasts for on him, because he might only stay still for a few moments before. Yeah, I think it is actually. He kind of stops it, and then after about a few seconds,
Quiet.
and I'm going to see you just keep going.
Yeah, until
Alright.
Sweet.
You just can't stop stopping. As you break out, you see Sweet has already opened his eyes. And has very quietly stood up.
It's time to go.
That is quite right. What I saw, what you did.
Let's talk later.
Agreed.
I'm kind of going,
You
hurry
unlock
up
the
from
door.
down the
You
corridor. I'm like
fiddle through the
waving,
keys
like,
until you find the one that unlocks his door. He slips out. Okay.
I'm gonna go to the door and attempt to charm person the guard outside.
Okay. Step out and you just pull. Yeah, pretty much.
pound in the charm person spell today, guys.
Looking out the door because you've got line of sight through the grill. He kind of looks around, hearing. Because he would have heard this, and as you've kind of let Sweet
If
out,
he looks like he's resisting again, I can bend fate.
No, it's fine.
Luck.
This was him just seeing whether he heard what was going on. He's by this point got up, got to see. Wait, what the fuck? And then charm person. He looks like he's resisting.
That's -4 to it.
That's enough.
And I'm running out of sorcery points, so I'm also going to convert a spell slot.
What's going on?
It's all right. We've just not eaten all day, so we're going to nip to the kitchens. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Make a deception check with advantage. He's going to make an insight check with disadvantage because even with charm person, this is
Well, it's
stretching.
good that had advantage.
That is a 25.
Okay, but be quick, okay?
We'll be really quick, I promise.
I'm going to say to my friend in the cell, darling, I'm going to come back really soon. Just a bit starving, going to get some food from the kitchen and then come back and get you, okay? He's still charmed.
He's still charmed,
Yeah,
so
he's still charmed.
disadvantage. Okay, fine, but please make it quick.
I won't be long, don't worry.
Okay.
Bye.
And your friend needs you down the end.
Oh, okay. And he walks
And I
in.
lock the door behind him.
Brilliant.
This is so funny. Like, I love us.
Now let's be really quiet and get to the kitchens.
Hurry up.
Okay. You hustle up to the kitchens. Corzin. Meanwhile, Corzin, you've kind of walked up to the kitchens.
Yeah.
With Michelle. Michelle has actually just already started pouring himself a beer from one of the tap
How
kegs.
many guards have we been able to clock on the way between where we've come from and the kitchens?
So, on the way between where you came from the kitchen,
So
as
many,
it is,
I imagine.
as it is it's almost a straight corridor, and there are some patrols. You've seen a total of 5 guards. One pair that were going down that kind of patrol the corridor that turns off from where the gate the prison is, and 3 who are currently up in the kitchen. 2 just by the kitchen door who are on the outside, who are on patrol, kind of give you a nod as you come in, and 1 who's just on his break. He's fixing himself a sandwich.
Right, yeah.
He kind of he kind of starts to engage you in just small talk while you're here. It's like, oh, okay, you come in from the watch house, have you?
That's right, yeah.
Oh no, I heard things like that.
Oh, it's getting pretty rowdy out there, actually. Yeah.
Corzin, give me a perception check.
Okay.
Okay.
9.
Okay. You don't really hear anything. Is there anything you want to do? You in the minute or 2 you have before they make their escape.
All right. Am I able to find Gaston?
Oh yeah, Gaston's there, and he's giving you kind of dark looks as he's busy disjointing some chickens.
All right. I will. On the pretext of going over to see what he's working on, say to him, "How do we get the others out of here?"
Okay, out there. Right, I will Tell you what, I'll get the 2 who are at the door to take some of these up to the men on the top floors. They used to do on the parapets. They're used to doing it, and he kind of picks up a pair of trays of beers.
Right.
I've got the cart prepared outside. I'll bring it up right next to the door, and you can and bring in the barrels. You can get your friends into the barrels, up onto the. Give me a hand getting them onto the crates, and then we can move them out. Okay?
Got it.
All right. And yeah, with that in mind, pair of you, give me a perception check.
Have you got a spare cloak?
Yes.
Might be worth disguising Sweet a little bit.
I dig right into the bottom of my bag and I take out an unusually fancy red and black cloak.
Oh.
Well, it's better than that.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing.
It's cut for a much taller person, one would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sweet unhunches a little, so he gets a little bit taller.
Yeah. I am right in thinking that I do have a cloak
Yeah,
with
you
that.
do,
Yeah,
you do.
cool. Just wanted to check that I
Kind
wasn't
of like
mucking
puts it
about with
over,
that.
it's like, oh,
Yeah,
nice.
Mine's too small.
Yeah, it's a full-on, like, you know, when you almost need to take everything out of the bag to get to the
Yeah.
bottom. It's like I haven't been there in a really long
Oh,
time.
perception check, by the way.
Perception checks. 4,
Yeah.
6. No, 5.
Oh, 8.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Also going
You
stealth.
turn the... Okay, give me a stealth check, please, then.
Yeah, I'm going to put my hood back
Yeah.
up. Ooh, that's not bad. Off from
12.
me. 20. No, 18. Sorry, I can't
Okay.
count.
Nevertheless, because of that perception check, you turn the corner and you see... And they see you. Coming the opposite way are the pair that just that patrol this series of corridors, having just turned around and suddenly see 3 cloaked, hooded figures turn up. More for reaction than anything else. Roll initiative.
Shit.
Ooh.
What do we do?
21.
9.
And I'll roll for Sweet. Okay, no. Sweet got a 6. Scamp.
Oh boy.
You react before the guards can.
2 of them.
2 of them.
Second level charm person.
Okay.
Let's just spam this.
Spamming charm person.
Both of them. What is going on?
Excuse me, we're looking for the kitchens. Which way are the kitchens?
They are. Just go this way.
Hey,
and up
come
the
here,
chest.
Bob.
But wait, who are you? What do you do?
We're with the kitchens.
Disadvantage. Okay. You strike and these.
Oh, somebody down in the cells is not charmed anymore, though. One of them was charmed by you.
Is it concentration?
It's not
It's an hour.
concentration.
It's an hour.
It's an hour. It's fine.
They're
Okay,
still
cool.
charmed.
All of them are still charmed. Awesome.
And you
I'm really tired, guys. This is very stressful.
yeah. Corzin, give me another perception check, please.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm still laughing at that voice. Off the table doesn't count.
All right.
Doesn't
Now.
count.
Oh, that's 24.
Okay, you hear the sounds of 3 sets of footsteps running from the corridor down below towards the
Okay.
steps that lead up to the kitchen.
I'm just gonna all casual walk over to the door.
Yeah. There's still in the room right now are you, Gaston, Michel, the one fellow having a sandwich,
Yeah.
and the 2 soldiers up by the who are outside but by the front door, well, by the
Right.
kitchen door.
Okay. So. Can I take the 2 ones by the door, a flagon of beer each,
Yeah, you pick them up.
and
You pick a pair from the 2 platters that Gaston has prepared.
okay, I take it and I go out there. I hand one to each of them and say, with the watch's regards.
Oh, nice! It's to do a little clink. Is Gaston going to get us whatever. We'll enjoy these first. They knock back. They start drinking the beers. The one inside, kind of like, And the pair of you, give me another perception check as you're racing your way towards these steps.
3.
13.
Okay. Celestia, you at least hear from above the muted sort of, with the watcher's regards. Oh, thank you. So you can hear that there are people up.
Do I notice it's Corzin?
You recognise Corzin's voice.
Oh, yeah, Corzin is up there.
Is it just Corzin?
No, a couple of other people.
Okay.
Maybe 2, 3, something like that. Shit. Fuck. I mean, I could charm them. We could just keep doing this.
Just charm everyone!
Fuck it, we're fine.
Who needs to fight or plan anything? Let's just charm the world. This will go really well.
Or we could make it all go dark and run away.
But then we can't see where we're going either.
Oh yeah, shit. That maybe wasn't my best idea. I'm really stressed. Help. Fuck. Could I cast... I could...
Corzin, the fellow eating the sandwich can't... Can you hear something?
Nope.
Sorry, I see those two down doing the corridor patrol. Maybe I should go check it out.
Would I know that's in the direction of...
Oh yeah, you know that it's it's the direction you just came up from the prison.
Right, okay. I am going and say, no, it's probably outside, actually.
Roll a deception check. Let's see if he can doubt his own senses.
Deception. 12?
Okay. You're not there to bed luck.
Yep.
No, I'm sure it came from down there. He puts his sandwich down and sort of steps up. One moment. I'm going to go check. And he turns around.
Wait. You finish your sandwich. I'll go and check.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah, that is 16.
Yeah, you know what? Better you than me. I finish my sandwich and then I'll come after you, okay?
Okay, I go out.
You go down and you see descending the steps is Corzin. You look down and you see the three of them.
What are you doing not in the kitchens?
Saving your ass. Come on.
What? But there's not people at the top of these
I
stairs.
can hear people.
I've tried to distract them for the moment, but if we
Can't just walk in there, can we?
Are there people up there at the door? Or in the kitchen?
Okay, so there's still the
There's
guy.
one guy having a sandwich
Yeah.
in the kitchen.
Yeah.
There's two who are now having a drink outside, but are at least distracted by drinking and talking with each other.
Right. Okay.
But they're at the door, so
They
we
are-
couldn't just walk past them.
No, they're out front of the door. They can't really see into the kitchen, but they are by the kitchen door.
Is there another exit from the kitchen?
There is the chimney.
I can't really do a prisoner climbing up the chimney, can I? I was trying to think of some sort of thing I could do as a distraction. I was wondering if I could make it look like someone was running past or something. Also, actually, if we do a big distraction of a prison break, they'll definitely be on high alert, so we won't get out. Ooh. We need to clear the kitchen. Apart from our bloke.
Yeah. All right.
Is there any way you can he send them away at all?
I can ask.
I can ask. From here. I can send him a message.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast sending.
Okay.
We need you to get everybody else out of the kitchen.
And not upstairs. And not downstairs.
And not downstairs. We need them to go elsewhere so that we can get in.
What the nothing, Pierre. It's fine. Of course, I will send them off with some drinks. And you hear from above. And you hear they're towards the end of the sending. You know what? I've got a lot of drinks to move. The sending end, but you can still hear from up above.
Yeah.
Could you do me a favour and bring these up to the parapets, and you two as well? And you hear the moment sandwich. But I'm having my sandwich, and you just hear Michelle. I think you should go to the parapets. I'll eat your sandwich for you.
Michelle's brilliant.
Okay, whatever. That's my sandwich. I'll take it with me. I'll be back for your sandwich. Okay, I'm getting out of here. There's a short pause before Michel sticks his head down.
Coast is clear, come on.
Okay.
Hurry up onto the kitchens.
You hurry up, and you see that Gaston has already wheeled the cart in front of the door, has started to bring down barrels.
We really need to hurry up before there are any guard changes because we locked 2 of them in the cells and something's very obviously wrong.
Get into and he starts cracking open the 3 barrels. Okay, the pair of you can munch them out. Make a perception check, by the way, anyone who wants to.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Say you're alert enough at the moment to be paying attention.
9.
Natural 20 for
Okay,
me.
natural 20. You hear the distant sounds of muttering, and you realise it's kind of shouting in the very distance, not within the castle.
Oh, like within the town?
Yeah, somewhere in the town.
I turn to the others. I think it might be starting.
Okay, I need to get outside.
Well, leave that on.
You can, from the kitchen doorway, by the way, you can see this. You can, if you look up through, you can see the main gate, and through it, the sky, because of course, vaulted ceiling.
Yeah.
So if you can see the sky roughly from where you are if you need to.
Okay, let's get us out of here and I'll start.
Okay.
If I can hide in the back of this cart and see the
Okay.
sky, if possible, even
Yeah.
through just like a crack in a barrel.
Okay, yeah. There's like you sort of seeing this taps a hole in in one of the barrels. Like,
And I'm going to start like drawing on the inside of the barrel with a piece
Okay.
of chalk.
And start. So Scamp, you're in a barrel. Celestia, you get fitted into a barrel. And at this,
Imagine I'm the least comfortable of the 3.
Yeah, cramped into there. Kind of doesn't actually hammer it down, but just puts the 2 lids on top. Right, and the ring, if you please.
Alright, he hands it over.
Okay, he takes it, shoves it into the pocket. Right, Michel, our debts between us are cancelled. Pair of you, get that cart out. And as you step up and begin dragging the cart out, you see there is a sudden call, close the gate! And the palisade, they're fucking, I keep saying it wrong. The portcullis begins to, it starts lowering with the grinding, and you hear the sounds of shouting, and then, long live the revolution! From beyond.
Oh, shit.
And we'll pick up there after these, no doubt important, messages. And now for a word from our friends over at Kids on Bikes.
1965, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Hey, cousin.
Hey, cousin.
That's Kat and Randall. They're from Texas.
Hi, Mary Sue.
Garrett has a thing for Mary Sue.
It's Mary.
Mary does not have a thing for Garrett. In fact, Mary has a very secret thing, for Walter Green.
Of course she does.
So does Meg. But none of that matters, because Walter Green is missing.
What?
Us?
You heard me. He's missing, and you're all suspects.
Sir, I believe you're
Suspect.
mistaken.
On what grounds?
I'd like to see your badge, please.
Cousin cusshole.
It's possible Officer Ross isn't looking in the right place. Because Walter, well, he disappeared near the woods. And that group that lives in the woods, they're different.
Hello? Tell him what you told me.
I'm a witch? It's Kids on Bikes, available wherever you get your podcasts.
Old Mother Scrimshaw is well aware of the favours you owe her. If you would begin to repay these favours, you should like and subscribe to Flintlocks and Fireballs. Also rate and leave a review on iTunes. And why not buy them a coffee as well? Old Mother Scrimshaw remembers. And welcome back. So, as you are being carted towards the gates, Corzin, you can see, the others can hear the sounds of the portcullis beginning to lower. You can see up by the gate itself, one of the 4 guards there is hurriedly grabbed hold of the pulley system, is beginning to turn it to slowly lower the gate. Now that you're here, you can see, looking down out through the front gateway as well, that there is a crowd that has begun to gather in the streets outside, some of which are beginning to march towards the base of the hill. It looks like only 100 or so for now, but you can see further in this distance in the streets there are more groups of people beginning to march closer, maybe many more hundreds.
Right.
They seem, the ones that you can see up ahead are armed with what they can carry. They can grab, it seems, old pole arms, butcher's tools affixed to poles, that sort of thing. But a few of them have muskets as well that you can see, and this mob, for want of a actually probably the most accurate term, is making it's just a mob, is making its way towards the bastard. They're not quite at the point where they're at the bottom of the slope yet, but you can hear at least one over enthusiastic figure calling for revolution. And they're clearly marching towards the bastard itself. You're at the far end of the courtyard. There's probably about a 40-foot push to get the cart to the entrance. You can see they're already starting to roll it down. Other guards are rushing out up towards the main gates. You can hear there's activity up on the parapets as soldiers who are used to a very cushy, quiet position suddenly realizing what.
Something's happening, yeah.
Okay, I said to Michelle, leg it!
Okay, so you're both going to shove this cart as quickly as you can. I would like I'll roll one for Michelle. Give me an athletics check. See how fast you can push this.
25.
Makes up for it, because Michelle rolled a 10, but with that, Michelle, who while possessing, some of the halfling explosive strength, is not fucking Jean Valjean here.
That's a runaway cart.
And with you taking most of this out, you begin shoving this cart as fast as you can towards the entryway. As this is happening, you see some of the guards. Some of the guards either it's like, wait, what is going on? And then they look back. Wait, what? Why are you? What are you running for? What the? Let's roll to see how they react. They begin fumbling for their guns, but they're not really, because there are, as far as they can see, two soldiers just rushing for the exit, possibly trying to get out before things go down. They're like, no, stay! There's a mob outside. Yeah, you've raced most of the way towards the portcullis. The portcullis is now it's about halfway closed. It's getting lower and lower.
Can we make it?
You both of you can kind of push up the side, pushing up just the lid of the barrel slightly enough.
Yeah.
You can get a view of what's going on.
Does it look like we're likely to make it?
I think it's all going to come down to another athletics check from Corzin.
Can I see who's doing the winching?
You can just get a see.
Is it just one person? Or
it looks like there's one person on the winch. Yeah.
I will cast slow.
With that in mind, give me the athletics check with advantage. Just suddenly.
It's a wisdom save.
Okay. That's a good point. Yep. As suddenly the portcullis begins to score, just still falling, but much slower. It's like.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, that's a 22.
Michelle, with advantage, rolled a natural 1 and a 16 on his face. So with a pair of you just race forwards like, oh shit. We'll say he trips on just a bit of rough, dirt, like loose brick, but with that extra halfling luck, falls into the cart and just gives it just a bit of impetus. You slide down. The pair of you, seeing the portcullis still falling, but at a slightly slowed rate, duck down lower as the tops of the barrels are scraped by the portcullis teeth as it begins to slam down just behind Corzin.
Okay.
And that last bit. You find yourselves on the outside of the portcullis, with soldiers now rapidly running up towards the gates, running up to the parapet, and the mob begin to clamber their way up. What do you want to do?
Fucking run! I say from the back of the cart.
Okay, you guys staying in the cart?
I think we need to do it for as long as we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Corzin, get us out of here!
Right, continuing running.
Okay, you're gonna push it down.
If we're heading just straight down, is the mob coming towards us?
Yes. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh shit.
Coming up the path of least resistance, which is the path.
Right. Okay.
Because there's a steep hill.
So we're gonna get down to the bottom of the path, and then we're just gonna bear a sharp right.
Okay. As you see mob kind of marching up. What are those? Wait, what's in that cart? Hand over any weapons. Hand over any ammunition you have. Okay, sharp right.
It's just barrels!
You don't have proficiency with land vehicles as well as sea vehicles, do you?
No.
Okay, let's call this a dexterity check, please.
Okay.
To try and maintain control of this cart.
Okay, Dex, that's 16.
Okay, I'll roll to see if any of the... Okay, you suddenly... within the barrels, you feel... shuddering as you attempt your best to control the cart as you just go off the beaten path and down terribly unsteady road. Some of the crowd do begin to try and give chase after you, but they...
I would like to cast darkness back into them, just like I'm throwing a bomb.
Okay.
Darkness.
But with the chaos that's caused as they and you hear shouts, "They have a mage! There's a mage in the castle!" You begin to use the cloud cover to get down, and with a heavy crack, the cart slams into the cobblestones at the base of the hill. The front axle just breaking in the process, and the barrels tippling out onto the street.
I need to get somewhere I can concentrate.
The Michelle kind of takes his jacket, pulls it taut. Well, it's been nice knowing you.
Lovely to meet you.
Yeah.
Run. Let's get out of
Go the
here.
other way.
You punch your way out of the barrels and with Sweet in tow begin running into the streets. As you run into the side streets, however, you can see more and more of these individuals armed with whatever they can, and quite a few of them with muskets. Are pouring towards the bastard, and not a few of them notice the fact that Corzin is wearing a city guard uniform at this point.
I'm going to cast Fly on Corzin and Celestia.
Shit.
Let's get up high.
Okay.
Winning this.
But what about the Sweet?
Oh, there's enough of us. If we
Okay.
cast it on both
I'm
of
going
us.
to grab onto you.
Yeah.
I'll grab Sweet because he's bigger.
Oh, shit! Okay, we're doing this again then.
Yep.
Terribly so. What?
I'm just going to... Let's
Okay.
Get us to a rooftop and lose the uniform.
Yeah. Okay.
You rapidly begin tearing off your down to your long johns and undershirt.
Yeah.
and once we're on a rooftop,
which is
out of
quite
sight,
easy to get. Although, everyone give me a stealth check
I've still got my
there is a mob, and I said it's
Shit.
7.
Also 7.
Oh. 22.
okay. Sweet. So as soon as you hit the ground, presses in
Disadvantage to
close.
spot me as well.
Yeah, presses close against the. Okay, so what was your 7? So functionally,
7.
then it would become a 12 for crowd spot check. Perception check. But with that, they do clearly, more than a few people clearly point up at there. They went up there, seeing the Offerclyde poking off the side of the of the rooftop. You're at least on the roof.
Okay, we've got to move.
Okay, let's keep moving then.
We can't stay up here. They're going to come fucking get us.
Yeah.
Okay, you take up again. Where do you want to fly to?
Oh, I know what I would like to do.
Go on.
I'd like to, as we're flying off, hopefully sort of keeping low between roofs, I'd like to do a major image of... I don't know if I can do more than one thing. I know it's in a 20-foot cube, but I'm not sure of the wording, like if I can do more than one person.
20-foot cube.
Up to, I think there might be a DM call on that
Yeah,
one.
so the major image is whether you can create the image of multiple people.
Yeah, if it's within the cube, can I create multiple people, or does it have to be one thing? Because if it has to be one, I still have ideas, but...
My gut is that you can, but I will just double check.
Yeah,
in case there is a
I'm not
restriction.
sure of the rules. My reading of it wasn't clear, so...
So the wording is... The wording is that you can create the image of an object, a creature, or some other visible phenomenon that can fit no larger than 20-foot cube. However, honestly, I would say, so long as it fits within a 20-foot cube, you can create an image of multiple people. I would say you can. They'll behave a little strangely and kind of on autopilot.
Right.
One very much one person talking, then another, or a general babble. Yeah. But you can.
Okay. I would like to create the image of the four of us standing pretty close together.
Yeah.
Should I do the four of us? How much have they seen us? They've definitely seen us, haven't they?
Some of them certainly have.
Okay. I'm going to make it look like... I'm trying to decide what to do, whether I want to do the four of us or if I just want to do one. I'm going to make it look like Celestia has fallen off the roof, done a sort of drop and roll and run off down a side street.
Okay. All right. Let's see if they fall for that. Okay, you see, that's way! And part of the crowd begins to turn and chase after the illusory image of Celestia. Give me all another stealth check with advantage, because they are distracted.
I had advantage on the other one anyway because of my cloak, and I forgot.
Okay, well, doubly so now.
That is actually really good. That's a dirty 20 for me.
21.
12.
Fuck's sake, Sweet. Sweet at least has proficiency in stealth.
How
so that became
badly is he? Because I can...
12. You rolled a 4.
I probably wouldn't notice at this point.
Okay.
I'm running out of points.
Keeping low, you begin to make your way further north along through the streets, using what cover you can, trying to stay mostly on top of roofs, but not high up enough to attract attention until you reach a point where you're sure that the crowds have ceased spotting you. You find yourself perching on top of a large warehouse near where the docks are. You can see now there must be thousands of people marching. At least,
by the way, both me and
1,000.
fake Celestia have hoods up.
Yeah.
Just for the record.
At least 1,000 people, if not more, are marching towards the bastard.
I'm going to convert a spell into sorcery points because I'm running low. Okay. And then I'm going to start concentrating if we got somewhere quiet.
Okay. Yeah. It's quiet enough. You can hear the shouts from around you, but they're down below. No one's
directly intervening. Yeah.
And I will cast Skywrite. It will take me 10 minutes, but...
While you're preparing, Sweet is going... Thank you. Thank you very much for the rescue.
That's okay, you didn't do anything. It seemed a bit shit.
But you can... What? With no due respect, what the fuck is happening?
The world's ending.
Yeah, revolution. I suppose they were asking for volunteers today to help out with the cause, and there's... the actual army who were less than a day away this morning, so could be here any time. They're fucked.
We have to get you to safety.
Yeah, we need somewhere to hide. Up here is good for now, but...
He looks around. Alright, get me into Eastern Foundry Quarter. Near the Old Dock, there's a way down to the catacombs that can get to the Smuggler's Bazaar from there.
Right.
And from there I can get to Horn Alley.
Should we go too? Is that a bad place to be during all of this?
It's out of the way, or at least more out of the way than here.
We'll say that as you're discussing Scamp, you finish just chalk drawing your strange, incomprehensible scribbles.
Lots of clouds, big sunshines,
big
little
sunshines,
birds.
everything.
And some cloudy words.
So she's going to lean over your shoulder for a second. Darling, is this doing anything?
And up above, the kind of, like I said, it was a foggy, a little bit misty earlier in the day. Since then, there's still kind of clouds up above, but as you look up, you see the clouds seem to part slightly in the same formation that Scamp has been drawing, in that very childlike cloud and sunshine pattern.
Can you control the weather now?
No, just the clouds. And I
Right.
will write. What was it? It was liberty, brotherhood, equality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you position it? Because you can do, like, I'm pretty sure the range on this is sight.
It is sight.
So, from here you can position it literally anywhere over the city.
I'm going to put it over... Where was their meeting place? Was it the guild hall or something like that?
It was St. Elodie's church.
No, but like the main, like where the parliament...
Oh, the Courts of Justice.
Courts of Justice, that's the one.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it over that.
Okay.
Because that's a nice central location.
You see the clouds open up and begin and the clouds begin to form in the sky. One letter after another into the cry of liberty, brotherhood, equality. And you hear voices from below. Look! It's this sign.
Did I spell it right?
Make an
Did
intelligence
you
check.
spell it right?
Make an
Seriously, I want to
intelligence
know.
check.
Oh, I might have! 16!
You spelled it right!
Yes! You did spell it right. Good spelling. Well done.
I was making it up. That was pure luck.
It's a call. We must defend the courts. Alright. Shit. Leave them with the bastard. They'll break through the defences in time. Besides, and you hear calls from below. To the courts! To the courts! And parts of the crowd continue falling towards the bastard. Others begin surging off, and you look, and peering from this point up above. Give me a perception check.
All of us?
Yeah.
1. I'm busy getting rid of the talk.
Yeah.
Natural 1, but lucky.
Yeah. You're just...
Oh, come on. Okay, right. That's 23.
Okay,
Ooh.
You're looking up at the clouds and the sun glinting in your eye like, fuck! As you look up, you just happen to perfectly get a perfect view of the city, and you can see there is a sway of population. Many of them armed. From here you can tell many more of them are armed than you would expect for a civilian uprising. And actually generally more armed than the ones going towards the bastard.
They might actually be able to pull this off, you know.
You've got a good eye for this, and there's a few 10,000s.
Oh. That's a lot of fucking people.
Numbers are going to subdue even skill at that rate.
When the army gets here.
That's what I mean.
But they'll have time to prepare now.
They will, and there are a lot of them.
I hope I did the right thing there.
I think it's better that they get organised. Otherwise, more of them will die. Some are going to die either way, but he might have helped.
Oh,
You hear the sounds
I need a
of
nap. I'm really tired.
muted gunfire coming from the south towards the bastard. Just a few shots here and there. They continue.
What do we do now?
Do we try and get to Horn Alley?
Do we try and get out of town?
We can't get out of town, we don't have papers.
Well, between you and me, I think Horn Alley is a good place because I know at least I'm safe there. And
Yeah.
I don't trust flying over the
Gavels.
town.
And quite frankly, I
barrier.
don't trust you to get home alone anymore.
That's-
No,
you
didn't.
know what? After last night, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine.
you really didn't do fucking well.
I'm really stayed in the Marigold for a while,
let's-
and you know what? Gavel's given his seal of approval to you two, so you should come as well.
Right.
Let's get to Horn Alley
Let's
then.
get him to go.
Yeah, I don't trust going over the town boundaries with all this going on. I think
Okay,
we'll be shot out of the air.
I'm going to be exhausted, but I can get us down the same way as we got up. Or we can try climbing down.
How high up are we?
You're about 30 feet above the
I'll
ground.
climb down.
Like you. Okay. Give
I've
me
got a climber's kit, actually.
Yeah.
Do you want to get on my back, darling?
Yes, please!
Yeah.
Give me... Everyone give me an athletics check, please.
I would normally get
You get
advantage,
advantage.
because climber's
You get
kit.
advantage with the
Scamp on
climber's
my
kit.
back, does that make a difference? Up to
You get advantage, but Scamp, your athletics check is to hold on to Celestia's
you.
back.
Okay, cool.
Ruffle's gonna
So you
go
might
a
fall
little
off.
while.
Oh god, it's good that was with advantage.
21.
Also 21.
9.
And a 3 from Sweet.
Oh.
Are you alright?
Seriously, we went through enough trouble getting you out of there. Do not die on us now.
How fucked are you? Do you need healing?
I've kind of sprained my ankle. Ow.
Ding, healing word.
Okay, well, how much healing does that do? Because he has taken a certain amount.
Let me have a look. Where's my fucking D4? 5.
He sort of.
Oh no, 4. Sorry.
Still
No, hang on.
Plus you have a charisma modifier.
Sorry, 6. I do apologise. I can't. I forgot what my charisma
Spikes
was.
is
Just
one bit.
ignore me.
Shit, that worked. Okay, this way. And he leads you through the streets towards. Again, just look at an anonymous-looking door, but again, he gives a differently coded knock to it. And a harassed-looking halfling woman opens the door. Sweet? Who are you? Who are these folk?
Not really the time. Can we get in?
Yes, come in. And ushers you down a set of steps into a basement. But there is a door in there which, when you open it, leads into the catacombs. And with a certain amount of frenzied travel, with presumably dancing lights to provide vision, as these parts are not lit.
Done.
You make your way first back towards the bazaar, and from there a route up towards Horn Alley. It seems there is another entrance which takes you just outside of Horn Alley that isn't via the Vengeful Dragon. This one, Sweet, presumably kept to themselves.
I mean, as times to do a prison break and not get in trouble for it go, this really isn't bad.
It's pretty good, isn't it? They're not going to be that bothered.
No, I wouldn't give a fuck.
Just in case you need them, Sweet, here's the keys to the prison.
Looks at them, pockets them.
I might do extremely. I might take that cloak back off you, darling, if you don't mind.
It's nice material, but fair enough.
He takes it off and
Thank you.
passes
I
it
put
to
my
you.
red and black cloak back in the depths of my bag, right at the bottom. Shove it down.
Okay.
And you emerge back up into just outside Horn Alley. The guards at the gate who you notice there are a few extra guards at the gate this time, including one of the ones that was on before, recognises you. Gavel said you're good to come. Waves you through. Good to see you, Sweet.
I'm very glad to be back.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Well, given all the shit that's going on up there, I don't suppose they're going to be particularly worried about one missing prisoner.
Hopefully not. We haven't done anything that bad compared to the mob of, tens of thousands of people. So, don't suppose they'll be bothered about 4.
No.
My point exactly.
Also, they might all be dead soon if they get in.
Was that
Distinct possibility, but
cheerful thoughts?
in any case, I don't suppose they're going to be particularly fussed either way.
I think I'd be in trouble if I was caught by the guard normally.
True.
Don't think it makes much of a difference.
He heads towards the Marigold.
You want to come with? Lay low for a while? Or
Yes,
have you got
please.
your own business?
I think
Beyond
laying low
this.
would be really good.
Yeah,
Alright.
until we get our papers and things sorted.
I think that's today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where were they delivering them to? The shepherdess?
Yeah, but I'm not sure we want to go back out.
No, I think we wait.
You had your papers being delivered to the shepherdess.
Yeah.
Oi!
He clicks his fingers, and the same tiefling boy who was sat in the cart before sat there again, kind of just playing with it with a ball on a string. Looks up. What? Flips. He takes a copper piece and flips it towards the boy. Who catches it.
Go send a message to the shepherdess. When the papers for the fancy 3 with our new cousin arrive, send them round to the Marigold.
Okay, Sweet. Since you say so. Pops the coin and runs off.
Thank you. That will be greatly helpful.
Yeah.
Not running through the streets would be ideal.
Maybe alright.
Ah, he is pretty light on his feet. And on his fingers. So keep your hand on your wallet next time.
Although, when the papers get here, while all the shit's going on, might not be a terrible time to try and slip out the gate.
Agreed.
They might just have locked everything up.
True.
But we can't.
But if we wait for a lot of people to be dead, there might be nobody guarding the walls and we could fly over.
By the way, I haven't mentioned it, but I assume that during the 10 minutes waiting for the Skywrite ritual, you change back into normal clothes.
Yeah.
You're not still in your
You
pants.
did. Yeah. Corzin is not, functionally speaking, naked. No.
Yes.
He also has all of his...
all of your
You've
usual...
put everything back on.
Back on.
Oh, I also took 10 minutes to, clean us both with prestidigitation
Yeah.
while that was happening so that we don't stink of booze and are covered in fake bruises and dirt.
Yeah.
Because that would have been easy enough.
It's prestidigitation. It's so much more convenient than showering.
Yeah.
That would be so good if you just not bother showering.
Just
plump, clean.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So
shower when you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
You Sweet brings you into the Marigold, where you see once again the bartender Slick gives you with his double cow horns, double pairs of cow horns, I should say, gives you and purple skin gives you a nod.
So what will you be having?
Sweet says,
This one. The drinks for today are on me.
Something strong, please.
Of course.
Milk, please.
Of course.
Alcohol doesn't work right now.
Curious.
Sure.
and you spend a little bit of time drinking.
Yeah. Rum.
Quite a
And listening
while,
to the-
I think. How long?
To the bangs outside, I imagine.
How long till I can drink again? It's ages. Isn't it?
Ages.
Oh yeah,
I forgot.
end of the
Yeah,
month.
yeah.
End of the month.
End of the month. Ugh.
God, that's so long, yeah.
Yeah. So
12 days, yeah. It was 12 days on the 15th.
yeah, 27th. So
We've got to see if there are any other drinking competitions.
Because that went so well last time.
You won, just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, and then there was a whole torture thing and I burnt a bar to the ground.
Yeah,
I
but that
don't
wasn't
think-
because of the drinking.
I don't.
Wasn't it?
No, the
No.
two things were not really connected.
Slick, who's pouring who's pouring the second set of drinks, kind of raises an eyebrow. And...
I think that was because of the racists, not because of the drinking competition. Just
It's a
saying.
long story.
I'm not sure I should.
All I
risk
can
it.
say is I'm glad you're not drinking today. Just passes you your next milk.
Thank you.
You end up lying low in the Marigold for the better part of 3.5 hours before the doors open and you see the dressed somehow still a little bit flamboyantly the form of Pierre. There's been a lot of Pierres, but this Pierre specifically is the Pierre from The Lonely Shepherdess.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's very good at back rubs and with rubbing other things.
Hey.
He goes, the message for the package for the three of you.
Oh, thank you very much.
And he passes you a folded brown package. Best of luck. I take it you've heard about what's been going on that side.
Yes. How is it looking up there?
Well, after a few, I've been hearing news from the west side of the east side of the city, as we say here in Seoul. Never eat soupy wheat. From the east side of the city, the bastard has fallen.
Fuck, really?
A mob besieged it, and a few people were killed. Quite a number of the people assaulting it. Maybe not so many on the way, on the defending side, but the commander of the garrison, seeking to, it seems, wanted to spare his people's lives, so he ordered them to open the gate. The mob got hold of all of the muskets and powder that was stored there. I've seen a lot more people who are armed now in the streets, and they also took the commander. And last I heard, his head was on a pike outside the Palace of Justice.
Fuck.
We need to get out of this
We
town.
need
Is there an opportunity for us to get out of the city?
The catacombs don't live through city walls, but you can get close to the steel gate. from you. It depends. If you're, where are you trying to get to next?
Kion.
Because it's so much safer there.
Are you going over land or via the, or are you going to try and get a boat at DuPont? I've heard that a lot of ships these days are being impounded by the Navy. It might be easier to go over land.
Land sounds good.
Yeah.
Right.
We need horses or something, aren't we?
I have a horse.
What do you mean you have a horse?
For an hour at a time.
What?
It's a rainbow unicorn.
Are you fucking serious with me right now? Because I'm very tired. It's been a long day and I just can't even work out if you're lying or not.
It will take me 10 minutes, but I think I can do it. Look,
know,
it's in my book. I've drawn a rainbow unicorn in my book.
That's very pretty.
This sounds insane, but I distinctly remember you hitting me in the face when I was possessed by some sort of terrible shadow thing, so be my guest. But
sorry about
do you think
that.
we could all fit on one
oh,
horse?
I'm glad I'm alive.
I mean, I think so. We're effectively like two big people. I do a little tiny side glance at Corzin and just try not to look at him too much.
His eyes sort of narrow slightly, like, what are you implying?
Two big people can fit on a horse.
Alright, what I would... Here. He takes a small rolled up piece of paper tied with a ribbon and passes it to you. Do you know how to get to the smuggler's bazaar?
Yes.
Take these to there's a place, Scrimshaw's. There's a secret on this. You can trade it in for the route for knowledge of a safe route to get to the south gate.
Thank you.
Shrugs. I work in a brothel. The walls are thin. We hear a lot.
Yeah, but why are you bothered whether we get out?
Because you saved my life.
I will give him a hug.
He was a little awkward and then taps you gently on the head.
Thank you. That's really appreciated.
Those shadows, they would have killed us all in time. And
yeah.
Maybe the whole continent.
Yeah, that could have
Not
happened.
wrong there, no.
So,
things would be different.
Take it with my blessings.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Gives you a nod.
Right, let's
go.
Get to the
Okay.
weird lady.
You head back out of Horn Alley and down and through the entrance that you just found. Descend your way down into the Smuggler's Bazaar. Heading to Scrimshaw's, you enter the same sort of cluttered, dark shop as before, but this time the figure of Old Mother Scrimshaw is not present behind the bar. Instead, you can see sat on a high chair, there is a somewhat middle-aged, maybe old elderly, like on the verge of elderly-looking goblin, wearing a black and white, a sort of white clerk's shirt and black waistcoat. He has ink-stained fingers and appears to be writing into a ledger. Upon seeing you arrive, he puts the pen to one, makes a small note, puts the pen to one side and closes it. You see he has a trimmed white beard and a long moustache which goes down to the beard. Upon seeing you enter. Hello.
Hi, we have a secret to trade in. Are you a stand-in for Scrimshaw?
I am Scrimshaw's secretary, while she is currently out of the shop. What he extends his little
I don't give it to him until I've said we were told we'd be able to trade it for a knowledge of safe passage to Kion. A safe route.
Very well. Very well. I formally agree to the terms that if this is of sufficient value for what you've asked for, I will provide you what you are seeking.
I give it to him.
Takes it, undoes the ribbon, looks it through. raises an eyebrow, closes it, ties it back up, and slips it into a pocket. Very well. In order to get to... My first question is, do you have access to a horse or similar means of transportation?
Apparently we do, yes.
Yes.
Very well. The easiest way will be to head south overland. Although you could head to Dulé, my reports at the moment indicate that the ships at the dock have been seized by royalist forces and are making travel overseas difficult, especially given the situation in Caen at present. Therefore, your easiest route will be to head to the south gate. Now, he reaches into, opens a drawer and produces a piece of paper upon which he begins to write a convoluted series of directions. These directions will take you through the catacombs towards the south gate. It will get you as far as the interior of the gate itself. Do you have a means to get through the gate?
We have papers.
What kind of papers?
Military papers.
Those should be valid. Makes a note as well.
Do we need to be dressed like military? Will they believe us?
It would help if at least one of you is. However, the military is known to make use of plainclothes civilian operatives.
So it's not ridiculous that we're not.
Indeed.
Great.
I could sell you a passphrase that's commonly used by lower-ranking intelligence agents of the military, if you would like. However, if you believe that you can get through on your own, feel free.
How much would that be?
That would ideally be, let us say, 2 small secrets.
Small secrets.
Like of us personally, or of a more general nature?
No, it doesn't really matter. Someone of more general nature. Perhaps someone you might have seen at a meeting that wasn't supposed to be there, words that might have been exchanged, knowledge of connections between different individuals that might not be immediately apparent.
Do we know anything good?
Oh, I know a big one.
I'm prepared to extend credits to you that you can cash in at a later date for favours or secrets.
Done a bit much of that lately.
What about, this one's not really important to us, that dickhead what killed his relative to take power, is that well known? The one where everything went to terrible time and we all fell in the water and everything exploded.
Oh yeah, that could be good.
Yeah.
Like, is that known that he killed his family?
I don't
It depends
think so.
what
There's no
story
reason that
they
it would be.
spun once they got back.
I mean,
that's a pretty big secret.
It's pretty big. How about one big one?
I'm certainly willing to take that and then put into the books that we owe you a certain amount as well, which can be exchanged for favours or secrets at a future date.
That could be good. That could be very good. What do you think?
Yeah.
What was his name? Out of character, struggling.
Trying to find the notes.
Oh, natural 20.
Okay,
So
we're good.
intelligent.
Okay, one moment while I quickly grab my own notes to double check that.
No.
I'm reasonably sure.
Sorry,
that
it was
it's-
so long ago. I'm struggling.
No, it's fine.
It's somewhere in my notes.
I don't think I
It's
wrote it
definitely in
down.
mine. I'm reasonably sure that it was Bertrand. I'll just get the. Here we go. It is Bertrand von Orkstein, the now heir apparent to the Duchy of Altmark, assassinated his cousin Greta von Orkstein, the then heir to the Duchy of Altmark.
I probably won't bother saying that again,
But
just
you say
because
that.
we've
Yeah.
heard
Yeah.
it. Like, there's no
Yeah.
point for listeners. But yeah, I relay that.
Yeah.
Well, that is very useful. Okay. He makes some notes, and would you mind informing me of the date, the names of the ships involved?
We
Yeah.
we would know.
Make
so.
several
The
notes.
Canard, the
folds
Mary
that-
Louise.
Folds that up. Right. You have a you have a respectable amount of credit with us. By all means, if you need knowledge of other secrets, or have small favours you would like done to cash in, be sure to send us a letter or other communications. I am Feng, the secretary to Scrimshaw, and I would be happy to receive any missives on her part. So the password that you are looking for is...
First he gets a song notebook out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Is Silver on the Tree.
Okay.
That will mark you as a member of... as a low-ranking member of military intelligence.
Ooh. Intelligent.
So
At
sort
least-
of a low rank spy is the idea.
Essentially, yes. Working...
Okay, so we could be in weird clothes and that's not actually...
Yes.
Okay, good.
And,
In disguise.
Disguised as a musician. Ooh.
and I've made a note of that. Excellent. And you have considerable credit with us. He gives you a thin smile.
Out of character, is there anything else we want to...
I've done quite enough here, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's leave town.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Very well. And you leave.
Yeah, there wasn't any other
Scrimshaw's.
business in this town that we wanted to do.
No, I was more
there?
thinking like if we have the opportunity to gain a secret or find out some intelligence that might be useful.
I think I did everything I could think of last time, but if either of you have anything, obviously, go crazy.
Nothing I want to know about.
As you make your way out, then you follow the complex series of directions given on the sheet, and it is complex. It takes you the better part of 2 hours to work your way through this very winding route. But judging from how often parts of the catacombs are collapsed or turned back on themselves or seem to connect in strange ways, once or twice you even hit a point where had you not got... You can tell that had you gone on a little bit further, you would have run into an out-and-out patrol that was going through. You do manage to make your way up and emerge in the cellar of, as far as you can tell, an abandoned house, which, when you open it up, is near the south gate to the city. It being in the early afternoon, you head towards the gate itself, where you can see there are some people. There's a certain clamour of people trying to get through to the gate, but being turned back by the heavily armed presence, who have admittedly largely kind of some of them have taken barricades within the gatehouse itself, but a number of them are being kept back, at least for the moment. As you make your way to the gate itself, a group of about 8 guards come out. They are not being shy about keeping their guns not pointed at you but ready, and they approach. Halt! You're not permitted. No one is permitted to leave the city at this time.
We're military. We're not allowed to get out.
Papers, please.
Papers. I guess we've split them up between us. Like they're not just all
and
with me.
they are marked. He kind of looks them over. 1, 2, 3.
Silver on the tree.
And you hear a voice call from the guard, from the barracks. It is quite fine. They are perfectly at liberty to leave. In fact, they will be. They are forming part of my escort. And you see the pudgy-faced, touzled hair, grey-eyed form of Matcha Mistson step out of the guardhouse. Leading behind him from the guardhouse stables is a small pony. Well, it's not that. It's a pony. Like ponies are small.
Yeah.
But saddled up and ready. It is good to see you again, my friends. Open the gates. I will be heading down towards Cairn. I have
That's
some
true.
messages to deliver. Fantastic. Well, please, if you'd like to accompany me. As the gates open, just wide enough for you to go through, he mounts up. Begins riding his pony out.
Mm-hmm.
How fast is your pony?
She is faster than she looks.
Okay.
Although, depending on how fast we are talking, because if need be, I may need to go. Are we planning on a relay here?
Something like that.
I see.
What is this thing you can do? This is really
I
disturbing.
need 10 minutes somewhere where people aren't watching.
How about we ride on a little bit further? Get over the a little bit further away from the city before we do
Revolution.
anything
Yeah.
interesting. And he kind of keeps to himself as you ride on for another 10 minutes or so. Walk on in your cases.
I can't believe those papers worked.
I'm so glad those papers worked. Oh.
Miss some comments. Well, they do good work in the city.
Apparently
Yes.
so.
We are definitely military intelligence.
Do we have fake names on these papers?
Yes.
What's my
What's-
name?
what's our
What's my
fake
name?
name?
So, all right. This is
This is great.
Let's go for some names. Scamp, you are down as. Fuck yes, let's go for this. Urshar Silveraxe.
Yeah, perfect.
That's,
It's a dwarf name, isn't it?
yep.
Yeah.
You keep. Fucking hell, I did. Okay, time for me to make some notes about for me to write these down as well. So passports, Urshar Silveraxe. Corzin.
Mm-hmm.
Yours says. Do it forward slightly. You are Alton Copperkettle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most halfling name to ever halfling.
And Celestia, you are Drusilla Lathalas.
Excellent.
Nice.
I think I'd make a good Drusilla.
Drusilla.
I should know how to pronounce my own name.
I am a Silveraxe.
Oh, that's intimidating. Goodness. I'm
I don't
terrified.
have an axe.
Oh, well. That's okay. We're pretending maybe one of your relatives did at some point, I think. You've got the least intimidating fake name, I think.
Copper kettle. I'm sure there was a couple of copper kettles back home.
Wait a second. Celestia reaches around in her bag and gets out the copper kettle that she has for coffee. And gives it to her. There you go. That's convincing.
He sort of holds it in his hands like, hilarious, and hands it back.
I think I do actually know a Copperkettle. He was a cook in the 17th, about 8 years ago. Good times. Anyway, seems all about far enough out. Kind of saddles from the horse, from the pony, gives him a pat on the neck. Okay, so
I'm gonna sit and do some drawing on the floor in the dust.
as you're sat, you see that Matcha sort of sits down, takes out a small book, and begins writing in it with a black sort of fountain pen, which has a little gold nib. Just quietly jotting notes, things down in a small diary of some sort.
I practice the coin trick.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Corzon's going to keep on watch to make sure that we're not disturbed.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Well good.
So how do you do it? Who do you do it on?
I do it on Corzin. I go up to him and go, Corzin, look. It's fucking ear gold, that is.
Perception check.
Yeah, go on. Give a perception check to see whether you notice. You got to beat a dirty 20.
Okay. That's,
we might.
22.
Fuck!
You just catch it in time, and like...
He says, "You're getting better."
Fuck off.
Not quite there yet.
And after 11 minutes...
When was the coin trick originally done? It was like episode 8 or something ridiculous, wasn't it? And I still can't do it.
You're getting better.
So
getting
sad.
better.
The real arc of the story in Calcinea, Celestia, and the coin trick.
Yeah. We had some coaching from the Grimani, so it's...
You've been practicing it for some time.
And then... A unicorn appears!
So
what
yeah,
the fuck? With a rainbow mane!
out of the you've been scratching like just basically a chalk drawing of a unicorn off the ground, and the weirdest fucking thing happens. The chalk drawing of the unicorn sort of shimmers and then kind of flicks its head back, and the chalk rainbow mane begins to quiver, and it turns and begins to ride and peels out of the ground.
Ta-da!
Well, maybe one day there'll be a diplomatic government. Maybe that will happen.
Well, there's something you don't see every day.
Remind me never to fuck with you.
Yeah.
It'll only last an hour, so I need to concentrate like towards the end of it for 10 minutes.
Or
and
just
then,
like doodle in your book.
Yeah, and then I can make another one. There's no limit on the amount I could make.
A pertinent question.
Yeah, but there's a time limit. Functionally, you'd have eventually you hit a point where where you're now spending time sustaining them more than you are actually conjuring.
A legit question here.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ride a horse?
I
know I can ride a spider.
You can ride a spider.
but-
You've never been trained to ride a horse, so yeah, you'd have to give me an animal handling check.
Right. The things I ride usually have more legs. Just throwing that out there could be a problem, could not.
I have seen that spell used before, although not quite with that effect. I think, dear girl, he strokes his pony's mane. This is going to be a hard ride for us.
I feel like Corzin would know how to ride, if not a horse, then something equine.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you do this one.
Right, you are then. Would you mind giving me a leg up?
Are you too small to get on a horse?
How big is this unicorn?
Big enough for 3 people to ride.
Okay, it's
It's
like
a big
17
one.
hands.
It's like a Shetland, not
Don't-
Shetland,
Shire.
Shire. Both begins with sh. Very different things.
Don't worry, darling, I'll give you a hand up. I pick him up like he's a child and push him on the horse.
You
By the way,
visibly feel him redden.
Pick me up! I'll pick you up too.
The unicorn does not look dissimilar to the actual unicorn you've seen. That's a statement. But the mane is rainbow coloured.
The rainbow spirit fucking loves it.
As
by the
is
way.
the horn.
It's just like buzzing around like an excited dog, like it's a friend, like for the whole time the unicorn's here.
Yeah.
A friend!
Aw.
Jeffrey is just like,
It's okay.
Jeffrey has been here the whole time. Was Jeffrey here on the prison break? Like, did that happen?
yeah, Jeffrey was. Jeffrey Jeffrey, I'm going to say, what? No, fuck. Who knows what the fuck Jeffrey's been up to? You know what? No, maybe.
Maybe we left him back at
Good
Horn
question.
Alley.
We could
Maybe
have
you
left
left
him back at
him.
Horn
Maybe
Alley.
you left him in Horn Alley.
Listen, if we're playing along, take a drink. We forgot Jeffrey.
Of water.
Drink for all of us.
Stay hydrated.
Aww.
So, Jeffrey, who you picked up back when you were at Horn Alley.
Let's say that happened. That seems realistic.
Say that.
Yeah.
Forgot Jeffrey again.
D&D pets. They get so well treated.
Jeffrey had the ability to completely change the course of how the jailbreak went.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
no.
Yes, here's these prisoners,
And a
And
monkey.
a monkey!
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think we would have taken the monkey. I just don't
Well,
see
she
that as
literally
a thing
left
that
Jeffrey at
happened.
home on this
Yeah.
one. Jeffrey is, however, with you this time and is like,
Here is a town meeting you can attend with your monkey. Oh, God.
Need a monkey sitter. Oh, can friend pet sit?
Well, that's kind of the point.
That's
It's so
really
that-
sweet.
So the friend can come with us on.
okay, so, King Hal. So, you saddle up. Well, there's no... It does come with the saddle, actually, I think it says.
Yep.
And a mystical
All the
rainbow-coloured
equipment.
saddle. All of the equipment is rainbow-coloured.
Yeah.
And for the next hour, you ride like the wind.
About half an hour in, I'm going to start trying to concentrate on making a new one. So that we can just, like, swap over every half an hour.
Okay, the rule I'm going to make with this is, if you were... It's one thing to work on a spell like this in a cart with a relatively stable surface. It's another thing entirely to try and do an elaborate ritual spell that requires you to draw on a flat surface on the back of a unicorn. I'm going to say you ride for an hour, stop for 11 minutes, then ride again.
Yeah,
We should get ourselves a cart.
We should. That'd make things easier.
Okay.
This is batshit, by the way.
The next one's going to be stripy.
Running hard.
I like that they're all
Hard
different.
enough that Macho is
Polka dot.
making a good effort trying to keep up with his ponies. After all, after a few hours, about 3 hours, he calls up to you. He's like, "Okay, this is quite an effort. There's a stables at one of the houses ahead. I might make arrangements for my. I'm not sure that my girl can keep up with you.
How
at
much
this
does
sort of
your
rate.
horse weigh?
I mean, a fair amount. Probably about.
Is it more than 500 pounds?
Not especially, no.
Can it stand on a
It is a
3
pony.
foot diameter disc?
Oh, wow.
You know, it's a pony, so we'll say that diameter.
Him on his pony
diameter.
could go on there.
Yeah.
Okay. If I can get her to sort of
Stay still.
lie down.
Yeah.
If I can get her to lie down, perhaps, but
Unfortunately,
But
this
I
will
tell
take
you
me
what,
10 minutes, so I don't know
I
if
think
this is a good use of time.
I know a thing or two about mage work. I've seen a lot of mages in operation.
That's
I think
so
I know,
funny, though.
I think I know what you're talking about, and maybe I should go to a get to the stables and get them to send her back to the city, and I can sit on a 3 foot diameter.
Yeah, that might be better. It's going to
platform.
mean we can only do 40 minutes at a time riding, because it takes me 10 minutes to make the disc.
I mean, can you make your horse big enough for 4 people?
I don't know, it's got the stats of a riding horse.
I mean, yeah, no, really, 4 people
Is
is a
insane.
bit
Yeah,
much.
no.
Like, I'm kind of allowing it on the grounds that it's functionally like
It's
a
functionally
human,
like two
yeah,
big
it's like
people,
two
yeah.
people, yeah,
Yeah.
2.5 people.
Two Celestia sized
Like,
people. Is where we're at.
going up, adding another halfling kind of brings it up to 3, and that's a bit much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we get a cart at this stables.
Maybe we get a cart, just
That
a
would
small
make
cart.
everything a lot easier.
That would make things a lot easier. Okay, let's hear about that. And you make your way to the
Because as
stables.
much as the idea of a sort of another floating horse next to the unicorn
Yeah,
is
no, it's
genius.
freak out.
How willing is your horse to fly?
There is a
I really
certain-
want you to do it. It's so funny.
The wording says a willing creature. I could test fly on a horse if it was
wow.
but I'd have to somehow ask it to.
It's
If
either
we just tied it on... Tell me we're discussing this character. If we just tied it on the end of a string and just sort of floated it along after you,
But I can't do that for more than 10 minutes.
it'd be very funny though.
well, the horse would either be scarred. I'm going to say this in character. I think the horse would either be scarred for life, or did you ever hear the story about the Valkyries?
No.
It's a dwarven thing, is it not?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I might have done actually.
I
It's
know
dwarven.
all about dwarves.
Natural 20, I totally have.
Okay.
I have heard that story. It's very good. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. But in character, I know.
I'm going to hear this and tell you whether any of that's wrong.
Okay. Supposedly there were these like big mythological fighting ladies who'd come out of the sky on horseback and take valiant dwarves to the afterlife.
Oh yeah.
Basically right, except they come out of the ground.
Yeah.
Don't they come out of the ground, darling? That's what I've heard.
Yeah, because I suppose the afterlife for dwarves is below.
Yeah, it's all news to me.
I know all about dwarves because I'm a dwarf.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
My tail's sticking out.
They go,
On your rainbow unicorn. I'm so inconspicuous.
you are getting looks of, at this point, blank terror from the poor stable hands, who are already kind of
so good.
unnerved by the appearance of these fast-traveling individuals, never armed individuals.
They're going to take care of the unicorn. It's going to disappear. That's genius.
Look, we will not stay too long. Just long enough to, if you can sell us any food for lunch and a cart. A small cart, enough that you could fix it to a single horse. I will say that basically that there's a little bit of haggling, but they're willing to sell you the cart for 2 gold pieces.
Oh, perfect.
Done. Yeah.
I want to buy a cart.
Cool.
Okay,
Brilliant.
you fix a cart. It's a small cart. It's basically like a little 2-seater. So 2 of you still riding on the.
I'm going to sit in the cart so
yeah.
I can cast.
Yeah. So you sit in the cart with a large sheet of
I
paper.
suppose Corzin's still going to be driving it.
You're riding riding a horse.
I think 2 halflings on the horse and us in the cart is funnier, so I'm going to sit in the cart.
Probably with Matcha.
Yeah. Also, I think I'd be a bit unnerved by horse travel, because if you haven't done it before, that's actually, like, really not that comfortable.
And you ride at breakneck speed in this cart, which is something you could never really do with a normal horse, because it would get tired.
But this one doesn't.
Of course, yeah. When you say, like, phantom, is this, like, a tall translucent, this...
It looks like a real horse, except this one's polka dot.
Okay, but like my point being is, could
this one's polka dot? You're changing it up as you go along.
Everyone's different. You decide the creature's appearance.
Okay.
I will make a transparent one at some point. It'll look like it's made of diamonds.
Make one that looks like a dragon, says Celestia. She's doing requests in the back of the cart by this point.
Dragon horse! I'm scribbling on the bottom, on the floor of the cart.
Yeah. With the quality of the roads being what they are, by the time you journey for a good 8 hours or so before you get a point where you really need to probably sit to camp and rest for the night.
Yeah, but we need to rest even if the horses don't,
And as you set up the camp, Matcha has brought his own pack with tent and so on, and begins setting up his own camp next to yours. He comments, "Well, that is a luxury I am not used to."
Magic's fun and I'm really tired.
There you are.
I'm going to make an alarm and go to sleep.
Good night, darling.
Is the cart okay?
Would you... I mean, fair enough. The cart is looking a little bit like heavily worn, but like, you know,
I'll go over it with the bending.
you would mix sort of the various dinks on it.
I think you should not be the one to take first watch. I think you should sleep. You've just done so much magic on the trot.
Matcha, I am perfectly willing to take a watch. And as you're settling in, he begins, as he's cooking some food, he sets up a campfire and begins cooking some of the food rations that he has, and looks up at you. Nevertheless, that we must have covered a good 75 miles today.
That is ridiculous.
Making good progress, yeah.
You've ridden quite late into the night as well.
How far is it to Kion out of character?
You can ask that in character, and you say.
I've asked it in character.
Around about 320 miles or so.
Fuck, we could be there in
4 and a bit days?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I think I would not recommend riding us more than another 8 or so hours again tomorrow. But
yeah, but we could be
but
there.
we could be there in
Like scarily soon.
maybe another 4 days of travel, I would say.
We might actually get
too
there.
many problems.
That's never happened.
That's considerably sped up my job as well.
Don't
I
worry,
must say.
I'm sure some form of disaster will come across us.
I mean, they're supposed to be there for 2 or 3 weeks.
maybe an earthquake.
Will be. Shut up.
Or
Go to sleep.
a dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon horse.
Do you know, if you don't mind, sort of cooking while you're fixing the cart, before you go to sleep, I would not mind just a bit of conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, to begin with, what you can do, but actually no, better question. Where are you from? If you don't mind.
Nowhere really. Just
Well, you must have grown up somewhere. Who raised you?
I did.
Ah, I see.
It's nothing unusual. I mean, it's unusual, but
No,
these
you're...
guys do stuff too. It's
No, I see. I see. And you're right, sadly it is not that unusual. I was fortunate in some ways. I say my mother raised me. There's a lot of tutors.
Yeah, that feeling.
But we were not that well off. What we had, she believed in spending on education for me and my brother.
that's nice.
We were fortunate with who we were raised by. But I tell from your accent you're not from here. I'm thinking Wendish?
Probably. I'm not good at geography.
Well, if...
Scowls Cove.
That's Wendish, right?
That's
Yeah,
Wendish.
that's Wendish.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not good at geography.
Was that where you were born?
Maybe.
You don't remember living anywhere else?
I don't remember being born.
Well, no, most people don't, but...
Good, because that sounds horrible.
That would be really quite scary.
I heard about one fellow who claimed he remembered being born
Did you
down. But then again, he was the same. I think he moved to Barnacle Point. He was the same fellow who claimed to be 200 years old. So I think he was a bit of an odd liar.
Would I know who this is?
Yeah, you know exactly who. You know exactly who. You mentioned him previously.
Yeah. I
Having
was thinking
claimed he was 200 years old.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh, that was Norrit. He was a character, but I don't believe half the things he said.
Norrit. Now I remember the name. Took me a while. That must have been years ago. Well, halflings and tall tales. It's a long tradition. So is there a lot? Well, I assume if there is not much of a community of dwarves in Scarlet's Cove. I know that your people like to look after each other.
I never met any.
I'm sorry. Well, it seems that you have found friends, family, perhaps.
I'd like to
travel with?
think so.
I think we could go that far now.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Seems like you have gone through a lot.
That we have.
Yeah. It's been a lot.
Things tend to blow up around us.
In a both literal and figurative sense.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
eventful. It's been very eventful.
Indeed.
Some really weird shit has happened.
Do you know that town's got fiends in it?
Yeah, we never addressed that.
Interesting.
We should probably warn somebody about that.
Also, do you have any knowledge of if there was an undead regiment there? Or any
No,
necromancers?
the Resurrectionist Regiment is currently in the south of Cayon, assisting with putting down a radical rebellion there.
Right.
Most of the Resurrectionist regiments were sent to Sundale. A lot of them have not returned yet.
Well, you got an undead problem then.
Well,
I
there's
mean, it could be like, a few. It doesn't have to be loads. It could just be that somebody's not disposed of a couple of bodies properly.
And
Yeah.
The fiend.
The fiend, I have no idea.
and the
I'm not
fairy.
sure.
Oh, and the fairy. Yeah, there's something fairy.
Yeah, that's weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, weird stuff in that town, apparently.
I'm getting a sense of all of you have some sort of magical connection, and I'm thinking none of you are wizards.
Oh yes, I'm a powerful, mighty wizard.
What on earth gave you that idea? I'd twang on my guitar and send out 4 dancing lights into the shape of a person and they just dance around for a minute. I'm a very powerful wizard. I've studied very hard.
You can actually change it into
I can make it into a
bestial
figure,
shapes as well.
basically, yeah.
At
It
your
does
current
actually
level,
say... Oh, yeah,
at your
it
current
can.
level, because of the expanding cantrips thing, you can even make it turn into a sort of generic beast shapes of medium size.
Oh, I make it into a little lion.
Oh,
cool.
But Alti, the dwarves can do magic. A bit.
But not so much as you. It is an interesting
Maybe
thing.
they're not trying hard enough.
Maybe.
I just know what I know.
Indeed.
You can heal people. Both of you can. That's amazing.
Well, I was a ship surgeon for a long
I'm
time.
not as good as Corzin.
Yeah, but magic healing.
I'm a musician.
That's more recent, but yeah.
Yeah. That's the best kind of magic.
It is useful.
Certainly.
Horses is fun, but healing's important.
You're not a churchman, are you? I get the feeling now.
I'm going to use minor illusion to give him a halo.
He sort of looks up and says...
I look at him and do the sign of the regent. And bow down. I'm graced to be in your presence, Reverend Horhace.
He says, funnily enough, I don't think I was particularly church material.
I knew a surgeon once, on the other side actually, stitched up a bit of shrapnel in my leg and then did a little something else to make sure it didn't scar and, I could actually use my leg. I was very grateful to the man. Well, the orc, actually.
Who was it?
I believe his name was Hans. I didn't get a second name, but he was fighting on the Osirian side. This was not the Sundelt War, though. This was when I was young. Younger than I am now, back in the 13 Years' War. I do not know exactly what happened to him. But he said he commented... Sorry. He said he commented... You drop us a little something into the fire. But at this point, actually, the loose stew of... You see a mixture of rations and possibly scavenged, possibly stolen onions and thin strips of beef that Misson has picked up at some point have been made into a thin stew, which he begins ladling out into bowls for you. He always said that he could... It wasn't him, it was his little friends that took care of that. Do you see those little friends?
I've become acquainted of late with something that might fit that description.
But you've always seen them, yes?
Yes.
As you're talking about, I just stir the rainbow spirit around in the air.
He kind of looks at your hand, but doesn't look directly at the spirit. imagine so. I do not have decided myself. But
me
I see.
neither.
But you do not. You must have trained from a young age, if you are that powerful a wizard.
Yes! Powerful and mighty wizards.
They're very well read.
Yes, I can read.
Indeed.
Nearly.
So, if you do not mind my asking, what brings you to Kayan? And if you do not want to say, that is fine, but...
We're looking for some people.
Yeah.
Got separated from some friends.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
A common enough story of late. I understand.
What about yourself?
I am going to see if I can change a man's mind.
Oh.
My commanding officer.
The general.
Indeed.
The papers
What about?
don't like him.
Again, if you don't mind my asking.
Well, some
you
of
don't
the
want to
papers
say. Don't.
No. Before I answer that, I need to ask, how do you feel about the National Assembly? They have gone against the King's orders in choosing to come together to debate and attempt to pass laws without his say-so. And it is well known in Seoul that authority flows from the crown.
Why?
Because he has the blessing of the regent.
Because he has money.
The regent, it is said, gave him the right to rule. It is by her blessing that he and those he has ennobled are set to guiding the tiller of state.
Because they lie better than everybody else.
He's letting people starve in the street. If that's coming from the regent, then the regent doesn't deserve to rule there.
Also, it would seem that the assembly in their current form are just an inevitability of what happens when too many people don't have any say in how their lives run
I think
for too long.
I think the National Assembly are fucking stupid, but I also think that they're noble. And I don't think they will succeed, because I think the person with the most money and influence always comes out on top in the end. I think it's a sad fact of life. But I really admire them for trying, and I hope they do succeed.
There's some good people there.
Yeah.
I'm worried they're not all good, though. I'm worried it'll end badly.
I'm pretty much positive it'll end badly, personally.
It is an interesting thing. They are saying 40, 50, maybe more thousand people stood up in the city to serve as the National Guard. And that these people, maybe as many as 5 in 8, have been found muskets and powder to work with. Which is an interesting thing. They say that by storming the Bastard and relieving the stocks there, they were able to equip the National Guard. But I know how much equipment and ammunition was stored at the Bastard. And it was a fair amount. Perhaps you could equip 5,000 people with that. But if I were a suspicious man, I would think that perhaps that whole raid was a cover for distributing materials from elsewhere.
Oh, I'm sure we wouldn't know anything about that.
Sounds
I'm
like
sure
someone wants it to succeed.
Or at least give it a fighting chance.
I can't help wondering, though, once you've won your peace, What happens to all those guns? 5 in 8 armed citizens, that's
A lot.
It is a lot. I think, unfortunately, they will be used because the other powers of Jova, the monarchs whose thrones rest on the idea of the regent's will, they will not be so happy about the people taking their will for themselves.
No, the people on top never are.
Maybe there will be use for them, but maybe we may be able to fight a ceasefire, find a way to present enough of a threat to keep them at bay for now, long enough to restore the essentials. This country needs food. It needs security. It needs the bands in the countryside to be brought to, if not justice, then at least to stop. People need to be able to live and eat and be secure. That's what I want to see return. Of course, it's what the royalists want to see return, just on their terms.
It would seem that the ruling body in Seoul has got so out of touch with its people and what's going on and what most of them are experiencing that they weren't ruling effectively anymore.
You know, it's funny, I disagree with you there. I don't think they're out of touch, I think they don't care.
Yeah.
Well, that's short-sighted at best.
You overestimate rich, powerful people. They know what's going on. They have enough money to have eyes everywhere. That's how it works. Their people are starving because they do not give a shit.
Then they've made their own bed.
Oh yeah, I'm with you there. I hope it works. I don't believe it will, but it'd be lovely.
As you say, it comes down to who has the guns, to a degree. Now the army makes what the king's regiments that are coming down towards the city, there's 15,000 men. Trained professionals, but they are outnumbered by, albeit irregular, militia armed and backed. I would not be surprised if they have at least a few war mages on their side.
These soldiers, surely some of them are going to be locals.
Indeed.
Fighting their own people? Their own
Messy
families?
business.
It will all depend on where their loyalties lie. But the thing is, for some men, loyalty is who is going to feed me next. For those men, perhaps they will see that if they believe that the king will keep the paychecks coming, which, considering the king has been paying in IOUs for the last 2 years,
That's not going to help.
is not good.
Why is he not paying?
Because the treasury is bankrupt.
Oh, so actually he doesn't have money.
We lost the war.
That puts things differently.
The merchants have the money.
The merchants have the money.
And the
They are
merchants are on the
capitalists.
assembly.
I've
They're-
only been overground, a couple of months.
No.
It's not that long. I'm still getting up to date on everything.
The capitalists,
We don't hear this stuff down there.
No. There are a number of people, the capitalists, the factory owners, others, who do have the money. And of course, the church, the nobility. They have gone without tax for hundreds of years. They have money. And different parts of that assembly, they believe different sides. I notice how I've seen them in sitting. Some are dividing themselves up. To the right-hand side of the assembly, we see those who are more loyal, perhaps to the king, perhaps to the established order. Certainly, there are those members of the nobility who might not necessarily care about King Leon. I would not be surprised if Duchess du Vende might imagine herself Queen du Vende. if she plays her cards right. But the on that side, there are those who want to return to the old way of things. But on the other side, far from the moderates, from people like Savat in the center, we see people like Dumois and her views.
Who's that?
Jacqueline Dumois, she's a populist representative.
We met briefly.
Oh,
Did.
she was the lady in the church.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm there.
But
I don't think we had a surname. Just
No.
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline, indeed. She is passionate, popular, but not as given towards the idea of constitutionalism.
She was very good. Good speaker.
She cares. That much is true. However, those on the right-hand side would like to see the capitalists in their dream of dreams. They would like to see their properties seized and used to pay off the national debt.
Seems fair.
Whereas those on the left, they would see the estates of the church and the nobility seized and sold to pay off the debt.
Who are they selling to?
Mostly to themselves, well, to the capitalists in that case, perhaps, but also to foreigners. There are many private citizens elsewhere in other nations that would be all too happy to pay for pieces of Sulian soil.
And it's just the soil, not the titles they're selling.
Oh, I'm sure they would sell the titles as well. I think they would be very happy to empty those titles of meaning and then sell them.
Those titles are meaningless without the system of government that props it up.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, once part of the illusion shattered, it all falls down.
And those poor souls in the middle, they are trying to build a government through all of this. But as you say, there are solutions, there are ways to get the money, probably by taking it from someone, unless the moderates can work out a compromise. But it does come down to force. And it comes down to the army. You see, when the paychecks aren't coming from the king, and the men are being paid out in IOUs, and too many are coming back missing limbs, or broken in the head from the strain of battle, we look to our leaders. We look to the people who looked after us. For some people, well, for some of my soldiers, that is me. For others, many others, we look up to our general, Marchand Fenald. He has always looked after the interests of his troops. There are others as well. Colonel Marie Honor, she is loyal to her troops, if no one else. But, as a result, the majority of the army have gone to Fernald, not the king. When it comes to when the call went out, we know who is going to see us actually paid, actually fed. So it all comes down to which side of the fence Fernald is going to put himself on.
And is that what you're trying to change his mind about?
Indeed. But with the conflicts he has been having with the radical bourgeoisie in Caen and in near Portosals, where they have been trying to seize church-held lands, and the church, for now at least, is his ally of convenience in that fight, he is drifting more and more towards the right of that National Assembly. I hope to go there and convince him to sway at least towards the centre, if not towards the left.
It would be satisfying to see the church dismantled.
Well, we shall see. The church did a lot of good once upon a time, and the priests do. It is the bishops that are more supportive of the old order, the ones who have always enjoyed their lack of taxation. But it will all come down to that. Perhaps I may be able to convince Renault to support a more progressive side. If that happens, then, well, we may see a swifter end to the war, which I suspect it may well now be, or soon will be. Perhaps we may be able to avert a full-on conflict with enough force, with threat of force, and bring the king to an amicable arrangement. Because if we cannot, then the war may also end before it starts, with the king very unwilling to reach an amicable arrangement with anyone.
This might be a bit ignorant, but where does the Underdark sit in all of this?
It's an interesting thing. The Underdark is largely neutral, officially
Separate.
at least. It has always maintained neutrality in these matters. I think the word is isolationist.
Thought so, but
The Empress down below, your Empress, I appreciate that your people have a certain amount of pride, but up here, you are a bit funny.
why?
Well, the fact is, once upon a time, you were threatening, but if you listen to people who are educated, they will all speak in this sort of very, very, comes down from the Underdark. We all speak like this sort of voice.
Yeah.
You do speak like that. That's uncanny.
Forgive me.
I feel like I can't say anything now because that's how I talk.
And once, and once upon a time, the Empire was a great thing. It's why it's the accent of diplomacy. Many educated people still speak in the Arad Nair sort of
definitely how I
affair,
talk.
as it were. It's one of the reasons Savat speaks in that way. He was classically educated.
Yeah.
I did wonder about that.
But and a lot of classically educated people do. But I mean, you're kind of. We all look and we say, well, they are very proud, but they've got no guns. I mean, sure, there's a lot of monsters down there, but 30, 40, 50 years from now, guns get better. They get bigger every time. And the time will come when maybe the monsters won't be bigger than the guns will. And when that happens, maybe it will happen that the sun will rise on the Aradnean Empire.
That could be a fine thing. No, I was just, you got me thinking. Again, this might be a bit ignorant. I've been fed a lot of bollocks down in the Underdark, and I've only been above ground. Shut up. You're a child.
It's fine, I understand mushrooms grow well on bullshit.
Yes, they do. Mushrooms need a great fertilizer of bullshit. But the thing is, you were talking about the fact that the revolution needs money. A lot of money down there.
Perhaps. But why would slavers support liberty?
Well, I mean, this is a big one, but if you talk to the right people, there are a lot of slaves that want liberty and not that many slavers, and the slavers are the ones with all the money. So if you talk to the right people and threw it all over, you could fuck everything and take all the fucking gold.
A hiding strategy, if a strange one.
But I mean, it wouldn't be easy, and there are certain places I really wouldn't advise you to take on, but some of the noble families, like...
Are you suggesting perhaps we stage raids down into the Underdark
Not me personally.
and raid the Drow for cash? Maybe.
You could! They have a lot of fucking money. They have more money than anyone I've seen up here. Considerably more, like more money than in the most polite way possible. More money than any of you have ever seen.
You see him
By far.
staring at the horizon. Staring into the fire and just mulling on
The
it.
closest we've got up here is the fucking sculptor, and even he was not really comparable.
Well, to be fair, we don't really mix in the circles of people who have that sort of money that often.
No, I don't want to come across like a fucking snob, but it's just true. Like, there's just more money down there than there is in a lot of places here.
I happen to be very wealthy, don't you know?
And I mean, you've got to watch out if this is a thing that you ever think about. You've got to watch out for which bit you go to, because some bits are really well defended, but there are families that are just rich and not as well taken care of.
I've read some of the classical reports from the Crusades. The defences are infamous, but I do not know, with the right field artillery pieces, perhaps.
It's just a thought. I don't know how much people up here know about the Underdark, but he's fucking rich, if nothing else.
Perhaps. That could well be worth looking into in the future.
Well, if you ever want information.
Indeed. Well.
I think it's pretty clear I have no love for the place, so...
Indeed you do not. But that was a barely acceptable meal. I will take
Hey, it's
first
better
watch.
than elk, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll
We've
take
actually
second
had
watch.
Don't eat elk. It's shit.
Okay.
You won't shit for days after a couple of meals of elk.
Very binding.
Were you just eating elk?
Yes. It was...
Not by choice, but...
It was a tough few weeks. We
Needs
got
must.
shipwrecked and all sorts of bullshit happened. Elk was there. There's nothing else there. Hey, just meat for weeks.
That is
Bollocks.
quite the story I would like to hear sometime.
Pixies everywhere.
Ugh.
Definitely a story to hear. Tell me tomorrow evening. We've got a few days to go. I don't know where you stand with what is happening. I know that this is not your country. And maybe you don't take a stance one way or the other.
I must say, I feel slightly responsible.
You made things better. They wouldn't have been nearly as organised.
I also made things really
You
bad.
did do a really bad thing, but I think that was bad luck. You tried. It was a bad idea. It was a terrible idea. But you had good intentions.
People.
Yeah. People, they hang people all the time.
Well, get some rest. We've got a long journey ahead, which we'll make in fantastic time.
I have so much magic to do in the morning.
I know, you're going to need to get lots of sleep.
Jeffrey's already tuckered out.
Yeah.
Jeffrey!
Well, we can always take extra watches so you don't have to. You can still get enough sleep that way. And fuck me, you're making horses out of nothing all day. That seems fair.
How does that even work?
I'm so self-conscious about my accent right now.
It's very lovely.
Shut up.
Alright, get some sleep.
Good night.
I'm going to learn how to do yours. I'm going to take the piss.
Okay, very well. Have a good night.
At least no one assumes you're a farmer.
Cecilia takes a swig of a whiskey and giggles to
That was in
herself
character, Laurie.
and like blushes purple.
And you settle down to sleep, taking up your watches on the first of several nights on the road to Kyle. And we'll pick up from there next time. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
To free a friend into hazard, escape the storm of that bastard.
Scroll some words into the sky.
raise revolution's flag high. So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.